Hello, how you guys doing? Let me go ahead and boot up all the things I need to boot up. Let's see. Dashboard, ad starting soon. Back shots, of course it's back shots. Go ahead and run that ad. I'm kind of down with doing the same thing we did yesterday, but like better. You know, at least for a bit. Yearly reminder that you've never ended up playing Hylix 2. I'm kind of okay with that life, man. Hey, early clown pubes, really? God. I'm gonna have to stop using Twitter here soon. Like, completely. I've been trying to back away from it, but like, I honestly don't know if anyone still follows me on there. Like, I need to actually probably just like check and see if like I get traffic from that website, because it just does not seem like it's worth my time, and it's got so much heinous crap on the sidebar. I'm doing a lot better today. I apologize for like skipping streams and ending streams early because of not feeling good. That will go away sooner rather than later. Let's see. This is where I'm at with my code. I think the problem is that... Yeah, I mean, like... Here, I'm gonna move over to Synfession screen region for a minute. First off, I love this lighting. It's very warm and cozy. Yeah, that's good. Music's slightly too loud. Yeah. Should be better. There-ish. We got a minute of ads still going, so I probably shouldn't actually do the things. The yellow is so good. Oh, the yellow lighting. I'm like, what are we talking about, Hylix? We're talking about the yellow region of the thing? Yeah, no, like my vibes have been funky recently, but like it's a bunch of little things. I think this is like my first Christmas when I don't know when I'm going to see my parents again for Christmas. And like the only thing I really give a shit about in Texas is my folks. Like, we found like a good Mexican place, so I'm like good as far as that goes. Like, I need a good burger place still. But missing Texas for the food is just not a thing for me anymore. Like, I really don't. So there's a bit of that. Realizing that I've been doing this for, you know, 15 years and this is where I'm at. It's like not a great vibe either. So that's kind of fucking with me. The issue that I'm having with my code, however, is that I cannot get the world. So the world is a global that I've just made. It's capital T with the fucking the world shit. Is it still backshots? Var size equals rand f. I should probably describe what I'm doing here. I should be a little bit out of sync with my mouth. Yeah, it switched it back to buckshot. I hate that. Just chatting. We'll go back to doing art and shit in a minute. And that reminds me, I left my sketchbook in the other room. Yeah, the audio is going to be a little off with this. It's a different camera setup. The delay was different. But this is what I got so far. So I made this scene have see a bit of your streamer. You can see a bit of it, can't you? You can see a bit of it. Let me try and fix that, because that is not the screen region I wanted to show you. All right, there we go. Right, because I had the YouTube thing up over in the corner. Oh, I just ate. I'm good. I mean, like, here's the deal. I'm gonna be okay, and I'm sorry for bringing down the mood the last couple of days. Don't fret about me. It's a seasonal affective shit. It's not being near my folks. I've not experimented with the Switch match stuff. I kind of forgot how that worked, and I need to go from there. So anyway, what this does is there's an array inside of the world here that as soon as it boots, it looks for all of the children that it's got. And then it's gonna try and find nodes in the array. And then it's gonna try and put those nodes in the array, but only if they're node 2D. And node 2D you'd think would be like a majority of these, but it's not. Confusingly, the world is. I don't think that this is going to work because it's just going to launch on Ready. So the reason I want this is that there's very few things that are node 2Ds. The goop tank is, the player character is, Queen is, and that's literally it, aside from the world itself, which is just everywhere. So if I have my characters go to the node TDs, that should have them wander in a like useful way. So I've got gravity affecting them. That's a thing that's going on. And then Where Are You Going sets up a, random wait time of 5 to 30 seconds. It waits. And then it checks the world's Who Here array. And then it picks a random number between 0, because that's the size where arrays start, and the size of the Who Here array. And I guess that's like var equals target, or var target equals blah. No, this needs to be like, I need to have like let's just make this X, and then we can do var target equals X in, I don't know, something about the array. Who here? I need to remember my little array keys things. Give me a second. Godot array. Because I got a number that's one of the nodes in that array. I just need to var array equals blah 1 equals second, print second, print second. Okay. Let me pull this over so I can read chat still. I think array size is a property, so it should be array size parentheses. You're probably right. Yep, it is. Okay. And then I need to have the size, or the X, be found in this array. I just don't remember what that is. Front, count, back. That would just be X. So it'd be like target equals... X is randomly chosen between 0 and whatever the max size of the thing is. The other reason I want to do it this way is that, and this is in the characters, if I do it here, it's bracket X. Okay. Oh, not that. And that's going to find one person. And then I just need to have this like constantly be going off inside of here. Now, it doesn't... Direction is get next nav position. Lerp. Okay. Where are you going? The main thing I'm having an issue with here, there's a couple of things. So first off, I'm afraid that this one is going to populate with all of the things. So I need to do like 4x in whatever, but we haven't like assigned anything to this array yet. So there's that. Are you trying to... So, where are you trying to go? Where are you going needs to return target. Yeah, I'm not really giving that information to anything, am I? That's one thing I'm having trouble with, is how do I pass information between functions? Yeah, I basically want this to run all of the goddamn time and then pass the target information over to this. And then we can have that be the... At the end, return target. Okay. And is that gonna put target in here? Or I guess here? Doesn't have what return does, unfortunately, so I can't look it up. And that's the first chunk of my message. Are you trying to... Because what you want to figure out is where the target is, what type, and then you have going to that type, and then at the end, return target. Isn't that what this is doing, then? You see how line 14 is void? Oh. Return lets you go var target equals where are you going? Okay, so I want to put this in here somewhere. Direction, nav agent, get next location path. Yeah, I was hoping that I saw that you had some surgery gear. Are you all right, man? Oh, we need a little arrow like this. So it's gonna be a node 2D. So that's going to give you some node TD is what you're doing, right? Oh. Ooh, sounds like you probably got a spinal tap. Spinal taps are not fun. That is migraine. Like, that is headache central, man. That is the worst shit. Direction. Okay, and then you can do like var target equals blah. Is that going to be confusion for it? No, you're cool with that. All right, so the next position, I need to look at how this works because this is a really weird thing. This is, oh, right. Okay, so then the way this works is I want this target to be the target that it's looking for. I don't know as if it has... I'm also keeping a lot of, if you want Vampire Survivors, it's free on Epic right now. Neat. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Let's just run this and see what happens. Free, but the cost is Epic, yeah. Check for infinite recursion in your script. For elements in get all children, get tree, get root. Well, it's running more often than I thought it would. I thought it was going to run at all. But it's running to an infinite recursion. In node, self, who here, game, global, okay. Array size 2, what? What in the actual shit fuck? What? What's the plan for today? We're gonna do a little bit more art asset. I think I may have seen a stupid, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to get all this together so that way we can start like having this game work. It would much prefer a node path, but it can't find the node path. So like navigation agent is a bit that you add to characters, and that is like basically the AI of where it is. And so if you have a navigation region 2D, well, the all children thing, who here is only coming up with size of 1, and I don't know who this is. Like, I don't know what you found. What did you find? What is this object? Is that just the world itself? Can you find other ones? All right. Okay. So it's returning that one instead. I'm tempted to just comment out this thing and not freak out. Here's something that I want to try while chat is looking. Don't do any of that shit. Cool. And then just have a pass going here. You have an infinite recursion for the get all children thing. Yeah, I would. I'm hoping that I can maybe just add a nav region. I haven't been able to get this to work, so maybe it's in the script for where it needs to go. The scene root is the world. Yeah, I don't know how to make it so that way it doesn't include the scene root. So the main issue I have with the navigation region is this is for like top-down 2D games and not really like side-scrolling. So like it doesn't really have like it's got an X and a Y that it's trying to get the characters to. And they lack the ability to jump or move vertically. And I don't really want them jumping in the air at every little thing. I could make this line very, very small, but I'm not sure how big the hitbox has to be for this thing to work. You have to bake the navigation shit once you actually put it somewhere. Scene root is world, so you're calling get root, get all children. And it throws, yeah, so I want it to get all children from the root. Right? Because it's get all the children in node. And then what's the node? The root node. I want all the children of the root node. The other thing we could do is we could literally just have like a node that is all of the characters. That might be better. Just make a node 2D. All the friends and play. Oh, yeah. Why don't I do that? That would stop the problems in general. Add a child node. 2D. All right, and then rename this guy to all the fellas. And then we can go, instead of this, we get all the fellas. And this should prevent infinite recursion, because it can only pick up these three things: the goop tank, the player character, and itself. And then it works, right? Did I comment out the movement code? Oh. Target is that. All right, let's see if any of this shit works. Scooching the 4 for line 12. I don't get it. Oh, it's like too far down the thing. So we don't need this shit, right? Because it's trying to get all the children of element, and the element is all the fellas. So we don't need get the tree, get the root. We don't need all that shit. Change that to child. Child not declared for child in child node. That's amazing. Okay, so what do you want? Too few arguments. In get all children, all the fellas. Indent the inner loop. What do you mean? Like which line? Line 12, indent this. Hey, what's up, Luigi? Joe. All right, let's try it again. I don't know why that would change anything, but okay. Attempted to call get children on base null instance on null instance. Oh, now you can change this to child. Okay. Change that to child and in node get children. That is like not a thing. What is the node? The node is just one of the two things that we're saying. Well, we don't really need that. I mean, yeah, let's just keep in node because we might change shit down the line. That ought to work, right? But how is this different than what we just did? It's not. So it crashes the same way for the same reason. Cool. Are these like just not in existence yet? I have a feeling that might be the issue. Is it's like this is trying to run as soon as this exists. And it's like there are no children of that node when the world comes into being. So then what good does that do us? The pass on line 6 is bothering me. Oh, yeah, let's just... Probably doesn't mean anything, but I'll get rid of it for now. Does return... Get all children return anything? I'm guessing not. Yeah, it's saying attempted to call function get children on base null instance on null instance. So it's trying to get all children from in node. If I just change this to all the fellas instead. Array push. What is this? I copied some of this code. Push back. Appends an element to the end of their array. Okay, fair enough. You just add shit to the array. Okay. Don't know why that was such a problem. Yeah, it's still not happy about that. Cannot call method get children on null value. What? Returns all children of this node inside an array. This is a stupid fix, but I think it's like not giving it enough time to figure out that it's got a problem. If you add array to get all children declaration, it will show you an error. Okay. So up here, we don't want to have an array on line 7. So this bit, that's not a prank. That's just real life shit. It doesn't have an array that it's putting shit in. Before the thing, after the thing, but before the... Okay. Can we change this to who here? Because we might as well. Because that's the only array that's gonna be involved here. Get children, cannot get children on null value. 7.1, not all code paths return a value. That's just what the function will call the item internally, right? Okay, so the array. Are your children defined? They're defined by what's in this group. The error explains what is missing. So cannot call method get children on null value. I don't understand what not all code paths return a value means. You need to return who here somewhere. So I guess like at the end of this, maybe like return who here. Like, no. A possible branch in the code doesn't return from a function. Well, there's like only one. I don't understand what it thinks is happening. It looks inside the all the fellas array and it finds 3 things, right? So like, why is it finding nothing? The else branch never returns a value. Oh. Fucking really? Well, okay, we don't actually need to figure out all of this shit. Yeah, we don't actually need that because like that should be element not append. Get all children append, and then it's just array, I think. Yeah. What is the child here? For every child and all the fellas, get children. In the array, get all the children. Child array, the node and the array. Are we appending the child? I think we might be appending the array. I'll try array first, and if that doesn't work, then we'll try the other thing. Okay, that didn't work. It's supposed to be child, not children. It's going to break again. There's still a line with line 9. Yeah. Okay, for child in... So is child a real word? Because it doesn't seem like child's a real word anymore. For child in all the fellas, get children. So for every single child that all the fellas has, run get children. Maybe we just get rid of this shit? Really fucking stupid idea coming in hot. Oh, you know it. That's how I code, my bitch. I'm gonna try getting rid of this for now. Ooh, that is not right. Get child on null value. Make a var equal... var equals... Interesting. Get children. Brackety fella. And then colon. Oh, child. And then no quote. What? I tried to go to UT for art, but they kicked me out. For not accepting how racist they were. And I had, well, officially it was I had too many hours there. So then I went to St. Edward's University, where I got my degree. Nodes or something. So, like, you're totally chill to ask that, don't worry. Do I need to just make this all the fellas pure, or instead of all the fellas, just make it this? On line 10, I mean, it should do the same thing, but on line 10, for child in nodes, that is a stinky solution. Okay. It's a very big school. If you don't show up for a lecture class, you will not be noticed. Honestly, if you're gonna go to UT, I would just say, like, go there for free. Just walk into classrooms like you're supposed to be there. For child in node, so get children still has a null value. And that's what I'm thinking is, I think that it's doing this on ready, and on ready, it doesn't have any children yet. I think you need a quote around the node name. Where? Where? You don't think I need them? You do. Not. You are wrong, I guess. Cannot get children on null method. Like, but all the fella has children. Here they are. Okay, what if we do var nodes equals get underscore children. It's pretty much what you said. Not literally on 9, but... Oh, and then you need one less V. Okay. Cool. It's gonna be a little confused, but I also figured out what that little line is. Well, it's not breaking. That little line, I think, is where the parallax layers are. I mean, I've been able to do this to Queen for a bit. Like, you can move her around. The walk cycle is pretty good. We're probably going to change what he looks like, and I think that might be what we need to do for our fellas today. I think I'm going to use more or less the same base for all the movement shit. Yeah, let's look at who's on process. How about we just do print who here? It's going to be a little excessive because it's going to do on every frame, but who gives a shit? It's receiving one object that's a null. Otherwise it looks fine. The nodes are right. Can we get rid of that object? And what is that? Here, let me run it again, and I'm going to see what it is in the node tree. Do we just get rid of it? Line 8 is adding node. Null. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we don't need this anymore. Oh! Invalid access of index 0. Holy shit, Woodman, that is hardcore. Thank you for the 10 months of support and congrats. Okay, I'm not the only one who didn't understand what the fuck happened there. Invalid of access of index 0. What? I think that it is trying to do this before... Why is everything shit with loading order? Like, 0 should be a thing, right? Am I insane to think that 0 should... Also, I should change this. Can I rename this script? Edit, file, search, go to... Okay, can I do it in somewhere? There we go. Rename all the fellas. Wait, scene? That is not the right thing. I almost fucked up real hard. Rename all the fella. Oh, I should probably not be running the game while I'm trying to do shit like that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, and then I need to make sure that Queen knows to be looking for all the fellas. No! No, 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 no. Redo. The opposite of Control Z. Fuck. Var target equals... Where are you going? Invalidate index 0. What? What if I just make the random range from 1 to size? How? I don't know. Like, if it's just like 0 doesn't exist, okay, fine. That's fair. I've just changed the target size down by 1. Yeah, that would be an invalid access. Okay, so the random range thing is giving floats. Let's find a different random function to use. Random. Randomize? Not that one. Pick random. Like, this is fine because this is in seconds. So if you're like 1.16 seconds or some shit. Function pick random not found in base self. All right. Random number generator. Well, I don't want a random float in that range. xpic underscore random. You say that it has this function, but then it didn't do it. Dot pick random. Okay. I put it in the wrong spot, but that should be fine. How are you finding nothing? Godot, please. X is null. No! No! Can I just tell you no and make it work? Why would the fuck would it do that? We don't need to target bit. Random finds it itself. Okay, sure. Return X and oh, okay. Yeah, that would do as well. I think I should do that because this is going to be confusing for me anyway. We've got an ad running. I'm going to check and see if this works. Oh, debugger. What are you mad about? Yeah, no, don't worry about that shit. That's a lot of errors. That's a lot of errors. Cannot take value from empty array. Huh. Well, that's some shit. I'm gonna go get my sketchbook. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got my sketchbook. Where are these nulls coming from? No idea. No idea. It seems to only be finding null shit. Can I offer a solution that's like not great? Can we jam Where Are You Going? Could you jam the get all children shit and who here into each individual NPC? My guess is that the world is not sharing that information correctly. Like, all the fellas is not giving... No, you're good. You're good. You can say slurs at me every now and then. No, because it seems like the reason that it's not, like... Like, I legitimately don't know how it's finding nothing to find. Like, print who here? So it's getting stuff, right? I can't tell if it's pulling up extra shit here because it's got like player character, queen, goop tank, and then this bracket. That's an empty array. I think it's making 2 arrays. So wait, no. Is it every other frame that thinks it's empty? Is that what that says? Like, I think it's resetting it every time. But when is it being told to reset? On Ready, it does the thing, and then it stops doing it after that, right? Oh. Well, these are wrong. This is probably why it's not even bricking here. All fellas not declared in the current scope. Oh, name. All. That's the name you have to call on it with. So that's why it was still working here. Okay. That's why it was still working, because it still knew it under the name The World. Try putting a print thing under 15. In the other script, yeah, probably in the other script, not the NPC nav one. Yeah, I don't know why it thinks that it should delete that information. So, it's in the process, return who here. Okay. On Ready, get all children that are in all fellas. Yeah, I think that that does sound right, because I don't know when it actually applies these to the correct array. So I think that we need to get rid of this shit. And then this shit. I might actually rage shit if it's doing this. Also, we can get rid of this, because that is not a thing anymore. Okay, no, we're still getting a shitty array for no reason. And Queen is not moving. Moving to direction. Okay, what? This shit's wrong. Go to target at speed over the course of delta. It's completely unrelated to what the fuck is going on that makes this shit not work, but... And this is not gonna work because I was... Yeah, you're not gonna like... Yeah, you're not gonna like that shit at all. Let me try and actually load the world rather than Queen. Invalid operands nil float in operator. BRB multiplying a node by 6. You're not using target anywhere. Yeah, that's why I added it. Okay, let's fix one problem at a time. Why the fuck do you think that there's another array here? Whoop. On the plus side, she, when by herself, will still fall. She has gravity attached to her. What other array are you thinking of? Like, what the fuck are you thinking of here? The empty array is being printed in the... Yeah, okay, so this is inside all the fellas. So this is printing on process who here, which is the array that we've made using get all children, all the fellas, and get all the children, all the fellas returns all the nodes in... The nodes are get children, which is array node get children, returns the children of this node inside of an array. Maybe that's what it is? Like... I think it wants two different arrays, and I think this will get rid of one. Hopefully the correct one. The point is the who here array isn't being reset. The empty array in the logs isn't being printed in the process call. It is, though. So this is what it keeps printing over and over and over again. The first bracket is an empty array. The second one is who here. Which is correct. It's got the player character, queen, and the goop tank, which are the three things that it should be finding in there. And then it finds an empty array. It's coming from the scene itself. There's an array in here that we care about? What array are we making? Yeah, you're right, because there was an array going. Yeah, because we run this scene by itself, it will print that. Question, what the fuck is printing this? Nothing is set to print. Why is it printing? What? Someone suggested on Tumblr a goatee, which can be pronounced fish as a thing. I think that would be good. A goatee, which you would pronounce with the GH of, I forget how it's supposed to work. It's bullshit. Where are you going? What about it? That's, I would like to get some generic trash, yeah. And then I need to make sure that the card system works with abilities at some point. Yeah, you think it should be a capital W, but it's not. Is it making a separate version of Who Here just for Queen? I mean, no, wait, no. It's getting that Who Here from the world. It just knows that there isn't anything in it because it's asking the world, what's in that array? And the array is like, I haven't even shown up, asshole. And so it does continue to print the square. I guess? GH is in cough. O is in women. And TI is in option or in motion. Why is it printing? I don't know, dude. Scroll down. There's move and slide is just move. Like that's the whole code. That's it. I don't know where it's getting print from. My assumption is the Queen NPC nav script that's attached to the Queen node itself. Yes, it's attached to this one here, which you have to attach to the body, not this node for some reason. It will not move without that. And then you need a nav agent, I think. Where is the process print? What? That's a fucking great question. No one knows. The only time that there's a process print is in All the Fellas. So how it's printing that? How about plus cock? All right, run it. It's an auto load, right? Yeah. It's an auto load, so it should, right? Invalid operands, array, string, and operator plus. Is that better? Do you want spaces? Is that the issue? Okay, how the fuck do you do this? I forget already. I thought it was just like this. Is that gonna be okay? Oh, I see. Cock. I see. Var who. No, we already have a var who here, so we don't need that again. Str who here. Okay. Str parentheses who here in parentheses plus cock. Cannot print because it returns void. What in the shit are you talking about? There you go. I want to see if it's calling it for cock on both or just the one. Okay. Okay. All right. So it's calling cock on both, which means that if we added another. If we just add another queen to this scene, what'll happen? My bet is it just adds another queen to the array and still prints cock. Yes, okay, good. But it's only printing one cock. So after it does the array print, it says cock. Does anything have all the fellas attached to it? Yeah, the all the fellas node in the world has that script attached to it. So, like, yeah, it will pick up new shit, but it's also sometimes going to find an array that's empty. I don't know why. Like, where are you going to find that array? Because I would like them to all know about this array, and then I can have other versions of the world scene where there's, like, not all the people. Like, maybe someone's gone off to go do some shit or hasn't arrived to town yet, so, like, they're not a person you can walk to, and so therefore, like, none of these fellas are gonna walk to them. I need to have, like, random shit like street corners and, like, maybe some random stuff that they'll go hang out near. This is supposed to be part of, like, a state machine that just causes them to move and do stuff. I think I'm gonna, why don't we save all scenes and we stop for a minute? If it is people not existing, you can just load them out of bounds, right? Well, I could just not load them. And I don't know how many fellas I'm going to have. This makes it a lot more modular. I have a set amount that I'm working on right now. Android, thank you for the 92 months of support. I don't think I'm ever going to stream Hard Time. That is so much Yul's game that if I stream it, I will get, like, it's just not worth my time. I'm sorry. Like, I will not be able to stream that game. Try removing all the fella script from the node. Oh. Oh, that would be very silly. Detach script. Run. That's where it's getting the cock from. That's where it's getting all the cock from. I see. Okay, so because I've got cock, or I've got all the fellas as a global variable, it has like two different versions of it running. Have you ever considered yourself becoming a heel streamer? I don't know how I can rotate from being someone who is openly positive towards LGBT people, people who have like generally been downtrodden and shit like that, and then be like, okay, but now I'm an asshole, right? Like, I'm gonna bring a lot of people down with me. I did want to do a band where the idea of the band was it was like Ghosts, but instead of it being like an evil church, just make it a corporation and just go like completely out there with shit. Yeah, I think this just needs to be a static variable. That, can we not do that? All the fellas not declared in this scope. How do I access the array? I'm an asshole affectionate. Yeah, I'm a dick, but like I take care of people, you know? And I don't want if I stream hard time, I will get like drama and bullshit for weeks. If it's not an auto load, you can't access it. So how are scripts supposed to talk to each other? Like, how are state machines supposed to work? Because I learned that state machines are just several different scripts turning on or off. Right? Who would make drama over that? Idiots. It's not Yol, it's not even like the creator. It would just be stupid idiots coming to my chat constantly causing drama and issues. And I just don't want it, man. Class name, the world? Oh, right. Class name. Underscore name. The world? You gotta start a wrestling storyline. Yeah. I think that this might need to be in here. Or something. Yeah, I still get shit about the album. Like almost 15 years later, I still get hate about it. So it's like, do I want to touch anything about that? Like, the world class hides a global class script. Like, I'm still pissy over the album, but that's because like I'm getting hit. You know? This class name shit's not working. Yeah, Bees McBees is okay. I just haven't had time to work on that. If I wasn't working on this, I'd be working on Town of Nowhere. If I wasn't working on Town of Nowhere, I'd be working on March of the Mice. You know? You'd have to have the world dot who here. Okay. So could not find who here in base class the world. It hides a global script class. What does that mean? The world file name must be different. Oh, is it because there's something already called the world? All right. All fella class. Cannot find all fella and base all fella. Yeah? What if I save the scene? Right, you're still trying to do the thing. Save all scenes? Due to lacking permissions. One sec. I can fix this. This is just a weird thing Godot does sometimes. You have to close out of this. All right, now it shouldn't be open anywhere. All right, now class name needs to be before that. Got it. And cannot find all fella in base class all fella. Only in the fella script. Okay, so not in this one. Remove it from the queen script. Cannot find who here in base all fella. Is it because it's a static node? All fella hides global class script. Static should, yeah. What does that mean? Like, I literally have no idea what class all fella hides. So make it public? Well, the problem with making it public here, Do you use the class name all fella somewhere else? I have not touched classes because I could not figure them out. Public and private, I have no idea. I'm still very, very new to Godot. Public. Expected end of statement after class name statement. Found identifier instead. On line 1, 12. Which I assume it just means 1. Is it just 1 through 12 is shit? Print, hello. Nah, it still has an issue with that. I was thinking that maybe it would go to 13 if I added more. You might also need to detach and reattach the script. All right, sure. Load. Go. Expected end of statement after class name statement. Is the script auto-loaded? I think public's breaking it. Well, as soon as I get rid of public, it goes back to class all fella hides a global class script. I'm not actually loading it in here in the globals. So it's not it's not loaded from anywhere but this scene. If I load this scene, what happened? Like, you're very unhappy because you don't know who all fella is, aren't you? Oh. No? The debugger says can't take value from empty array. Fair enough. Okay, so Queen can exist by herself. She's doing just fine like that. So why do you need all these NPC nodes in your NPC nav script? So that way they have somewhere to go. I would like for them to go places at random. And that's kind of what this does, is they will move at a random NPC or thing to go hang out at for 5 to 30 seconds. It's entirely possible they are not close enough to do that shit, and they won't make it in time before the 5 and 30 seconds or whatever is up, in which case they will go back to picking something else random to go walk towards. This will just have them randomly wander about, especially because some of the other guys will also be wandering about, and they are going to go into a different place. So people are going to start moving in random ass directions. Could I have them move in other random ways? Yes. Are there other random ways of making PCs move? Yes. Could I figure them out? Absolutely fucking not. Is this the best way to do this? Probably not. Probably not. But it made sense to me. So I figured it would work. And then it fucking didn't. Part of me just wants to start doing some arts. Well, thank you, Android. I was thinking about drawing like the main character again. But using the new design that we worked out yesterday with the little fella. Or hold on. So I tried to redraw the old man. And then we got a new variant of Queen. I don't know if I really care for that. And then we got the main character look. And for now, I was thinking about just drawing a walk animation, an idle animation for it. Have you checked the Godot Game Lab Slay the Spire clone series? Yes. I wasn't a huge fan of it. So I guess we need to decide what the walk pattern of the little fella is and how big they need to be. I'm going to put this to the side for now. We're going to pull out the art stuff, and we're going to try and actually watch some stuff and do art like I said I was going to do. So everyone seems to like the little boxy fella. So maybe we just open that as a base of a thing to work on. And then we can have the little fuzz move around like this. Where is the little guy? Wait, where's our little fella? Ah, fella first attempt. Here we go. All right, there's the little guy. It's a blend. It goes in. It replaced my morning coffee after years to drink. Oh my god, yeah. Is it the Rev tea? Just the real basic, just coffee? Yeah, that one, if I'm gonna have tea, that's the one I have. Still, it's really solid coffee, like tea. It's kind of heresy, but I don't care. All right, so yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Is I'm gonna try and redraw these guys, but in the meantime, someone told me there's a new Defunct Land. What is the new Defunct Land on? And do you guys want to watch it? Disney animatronics. Oh shit. That actually sounds kind of banger. Okay. Let me get everything set up. Give me half a second to do that. So we got this. And then properties. Oh, this is not in a separate window. That's why. Okay. Close that. Open that. I did hear that, Ego. The fact that the newest one looks a bit more like Hillary than it does Trump. Let's see. All right. Okay. Let's see what the screen region looks like for this. I still think that this is the wrong way to do this, but I have been corrected once. See, this feels like it should take up a majority of the screen, and my art should take up very little, rather than the way I've got it right now. I could also just do it like this for a bit. And then every now and then switch it over to the other thing. Like just take this away and be like, here's what I've been doing. All right, back to it. You could put the art over chat. I mean, I could just like... Baktua it. Okay. Paste reference. Okay. And then this one is going to be just really small, but hyper focused on the center of the screen. If people want this big video, they can go and find it on their own. Okay. Okay. All right, let's give this a go. I want to see what Defunct Land's got for us. And I'm going to redraw our little fella as an orb guy. Let me know how the audio levels are.
There's something inside us. Has it always been this way?
That should be about right.
Recorded history. Humanity has harbored a set of innate desires, ancient dreams that go beyond mere survival. For thousands of years, our species has hoped to accomplish such seemingly impossible tasks as achieving flight, controlling the elements, and mapping the stars. Among these is a less discussed but enduring ambition, the desire to create life from machine. 4,000 years ago, ancient Egyptians devised speaking statues of their deities. These early mechanical figures could perform simple movements with jointed parts, such as the lifting of an arm or the turn of a head. The figures were supposedly operated by temple priests, who would speak to devout mortals on behalf of the gods. although in retrospect they were probably just improvising. In its time, this was impressive technology.
I mean, that's
but these
pretty
statues
rad.
required a live operator to achieve movement. Therefore, this was merely a form of puppetry. The hope remained for an autonomous device, a living machine.
Sure, it was a puppet,
operated
but they were
without the
working on
assistance
it. Give
of
them a
human.
break.
This was the beginning of humanity's pursuit to achieve mechanical life.
I think most people would have believed that shit. Why does he not drop these on Netflix? Probably because he makes more money doing it this way. Sure.
The concept of a living machine appeared in legends far before the technology existed to support it. In the 8th century BCE, the Iliad, credited to the poet Homer, featured stories of Hephaestus, god of artisans and fire, who crafted automated tools, including female servants made of gold who had the ability to reason. Many credit Homer with introducing the Greek word automaton, which would become the Latin word
Automaton. Yeah.
Defined simply as self-moving, the term soon took on a more specific meaning, that of a moving mechanical device.
That's wild that we've had the concept of automaton that long.
The idea of automatons began to appear in texts all around the world, seemingly independent of one another. In the 5th century BCE, Chinese philosopher Li Yuko was credited with writing a fictional story featuring an automaton. In the tale, a skilled craftsman showcased his creation, an impressive mechanical man, to King Mu of Chou. The automaton could talk, sing, walk, and dance, but the most frightening feature that it had was game. The mechanical man flirted with the king's courtesans, enraging him. To defuse the situation, the craftsman opened the automaton and began disassembling him. He invited the king to do the same, and as he examined the body made of wood, glue, and strings, the king remarked, quote, "Could it be possible that human skill can produce something that can match what is created by heaven and earth?" Other philosophers saw promise in automatons. Aristotle, for instance, theorized that, quote, "If every instrument could accomplish its own work, chief workmen would not want servants, nor master slaves,"
Well,
implying that if automatons were skilled and abundant, they could constitute a majority of the workforce.
you'd
While
think.
philosophers pondered the implications of automatons, their existence was becoming more of a possibility as technology progressed. Machines were becoming more detailed and precise, specifically those used in timekeeping and astronomy. Still, the prospect of creating a mechanical human, let alone a convincing
Only certain
one,
people
was
can
out of
have
reach. The
everything.
human body is large and
So,
heavy, but it has the ability
You
to
gotta
move
stop
in
some
slow,
people
smooth,
from
and
having
subtle
things.
ways. This makes it particularly difficult to replicate, especially with ancient machinery. However, there was one class of animal that made for a more achievable automaton: birds. To the human eye, birds move in a sharp, mechanical fashion, and their small form made their construction achievable. There are several stories of fabricated birds in ancient China and Greece, but the first true bird automaton might have been invented in the 5th century BCE by the mathematician Archytas. According to some sources, the wooden bird was able to fly several hundred meters on its own, through the use of an internal balloon that was filled with compressed air or steam. When released, the bird would be launched, possibly on a wire, with the escaping gas propelling the bird down the line. More realistic interpretations of the device argue that if Archytas did create the bird, it likely utilized a hidden counterweight. When the compressed air was released, the bird became lighter, causing the counterweight to fall and the bird to fly to a higher branch in a tree. Regardless of how the bird functioned, it was not being puppeteered by a human. It was moving on its own accord.
Sure.
It was an automaton, one of, if not the first, of its kind. Over the next millennia, automata progressed alongside mechanics. In 50 AD, Hero of Alexandria published several descriptions of mechanical birds and miniature human figures. 8 centuries later, the Banu Musa brothers published the Book of Ingenious Devices, a work filled with descriptions of ingenious automata. In 1206, Ismail al-Jazari published the Book of Knowledge of Ingenious Mechanical Devices, which built off of the Banu Musa brothers' work and introduced a new device, the elephant clock.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better.
Timed with a bucket slowly sinking into a pool of water.
Keeping
multiple animated figures, which would perform every half hour. Al-Jazari's book also detailed several servant automatons and even a mechanical band. In the late 13th century, the advent of the fully mechanical clock resulted in a surge in mechanical figures. Beautiful, complex timekeepers were installed in cathedrals and palaces, often featuring human and animal figures springing to life to signify the arrival of an interval of time.
Nah, not sick. I did get sick, but I've been having a bad couple of days, like mental health wise. But like I said, like it's a lot of it has to do with like I miss my folks, seasonal affective disorder shit, and you know, just general malaise of depression shit. I'm gonna be okay. Cause like, I'll be real, like, I don't miss the food in Texas because we have a good Mexican place here. So I only miss my folks. I don't really have that many friends in Texas, so, and a majority of them I think are shit, which is why I'm making a game. So, you know, there's that. So I don't want people fretting about me. I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be okay.
To mechanical innovations.
Ad. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be okay. I'm just gonna have to find a good burger place. Because I know it sounds ridiculous to, like, be upset about that, but legitimately, where am I gonna get a good burger? Like, that's my favorite food. How dare you not have burg? Favorite burgers in Texas, I think were there's a place called fucking Phil's. I think Phil's was my favorite burger. It's not a complex burger, but it's a good burger. There's a pretty okay burger place around here. It's a chain. I'm gonna have to get it again to decide whether or not I actually like it or not. With a F or PH? What? Have you asked local folks? Well, local folks know what the fuck a good burger is. They've told me to go to places and I'm like, you poor summer child, this is fucking rancid. Like, y'all deserve better than this, man. We got 35 seconds. Oh, Phil's, Phil. Yeah, they'll be like, oh, I fucking love McDonald's or some shit. Or they'll be like, go to this place. It's been around forever. And it's like, because they have no competition. Like, this place makes me shit myself. Like, legitimately, the place that everyone's been like, oh, go there. Like, that place just makes me shit myself. Like, I don't like that place. Like, I get sick every time I eat there. And it's like, it's okay, but goddamn, man. Like, I can just eat a shit burger from, like, Burger King or something to get it cheaper. Should his head bobble side to side, or should it... Go up and down. I think it should bobble side to side. There's no object to transform. How about this object?
Leonardo da Vinci designed several
That's
automatons,
back now, so we can do
including
that.
a lion who could walk and a knight who could move multiple limbs.
Wow.
In the 17th century, French philosopher René Descartes was rumored to have designed automatons.
He even said, God, what was the line, my dick?
Including the unverifiable rumor that he had constructed one of a small child as a replacement for his young daughter, who had died of scarlet fever at the age of 5. While it is not known whether it was actually built, this is one of the first mentions
Give her
of automaton being used
the
not simply
automaton.
to create life, but to resurrect it. In his writings, Descartes often grappled with the concept of automata, not simply speculating that machines could be made to appear as living organisms, but theorizing that living organisms might function no differently than machines. He believed that a perfect automata of an animal would be indistinguishable from a real one. Descartes attempted to clarify in his argument that humans could never be fully replicated, outlining a test to distinguish man from machine. In this same discourse, Descartes coined his most famous idea, Je pense donc je suis, or in English, I think, therefore I am. Living during the Inquisition, Descartes' writings on existentialism were radical and dangerous, and after hearing of Galileo's conviction by the Roman Catholic Church, Descartes chose to abandon publishing additional ideas on the subject.
Yeah,
Descartes'
no shit.
writings on the line between man and machine would become even more relevant in the next century, as the true age of automatons was about to begin.
Like, yeah, people are getting in trouble for saying the world isn't the center of the earth, or the center of the universe. You might want to, like, calm down.
Vaucanson would present a new invention, an automaton unlike any the world had seen. Resembling Antoine Koissavau's marble statue, the flute-playing shepherd, Vaucanson's automaton was 5.5 feet tall, and it sat atop a 4.5-foot tall pedestal. Powered by weights, the shepherd could not only move, but it could perform, playing 12 different melodies on the flute. The instrument was not an illusion. The flute player blew air into a real flute, changing its fingering, mouth position, and wind speed to accurately play the music. This was achieved using a complex series of bellows, gears, and pipes, with most of the mechanisms being contained in the pedestal below the statue. The largest piece of the machine was a cylinder, known as a camshaft. The cylinder featured a series of ridges and bumps. Several cam followers read these as the cylinders rotated, synchronizing the many pieces to create the programmed movements. In order for the mechanical hands of the flute player to accurately finger the notes on the instrument, Vaucanson had to use real skin on the hands. Or maybe this was not necessary for the machine to play the instrument, and Vaucanson just wanted to use real skin on the hands. As impressive as the automaton was, it was also disconcerting, and not just because it used real skin on the hands. Musicians were worried of the machine's ramifications on their profession. Some criticized the automaton's technique, but many untrained listeners could not detect the faults. From a philosophical perspective, the machine was most notable for its human-like movements. Specifically, since it was made to play a wind instrument, Vaucanson had to design the device so that air would blow out of the figure's mouth. The result, as many pointed out, was that the figure literally breathed. The French writer Voltaire labeled Vaucanson the new Prometheus. The following year, Vaucanson debuted 2 additional automatons.
I need to have like a line
this one
for where their
the
feet be.
And a mechanical gold-plated duck. The duck was capable of several lifelike movements, including eating grain and defecating it. Vaucanson claimed that there was a complex chemical system that achieved the digestion, but it would be revealed a century later that it was merely a hidden compartment that would release dyed breadcrumbs to appear as feces. Shortly after debuting these machines, Vaucanson took a position in the French government and claimed to be working on his most advanced automaton yet, an anatomically correct human being. Vaucanson would never finish this work.
Yeah, because he was full of shit and that one real.
Disgusted by it, with no additional context given. Vaucanson's 3 automatons, which he sold and would continue to be displayed, were widely influential. French philosopher Julien Offray de la Mettrie would assert in his work L'Homme Machine, or Man a Machine, what René Descartes a century earlier did not, that humans are no different than animals, and that humans function no differently than a machine. His views, which made reference to
wild that they're
work,
talking
were seen
about
as
machines.
controversial, and La Mettrie was forced to flee France because of them. Automatons continued
The first
to be
baby
innovative
toy.
past Vaucanson. By 1774,
Or pooping
Pierre
baby toy.
Jacques-Drouot and his son Henry Louis Jacques-Drouot constructed 3 brilliant automatons: a musician capable of playing the organ, a writer capable of composing sentences, and a draftsman capable of drawing pictures.
Oh.
These automatons are remarkable for several reasons, most notably that they have survived and still function today.
Wow.
The mechanisms of the 3 figures are contained almost entirely within their bodies, a significant improvement on Vaucanson's figures, which relied on pedestals to conceal the machinery. Perhaps the most impressive and prophetic of any automaton from this era, the writer could be programmed to write any sentence without changing the inner workings of the figure.
Nice.
Within the boy's back, along a complex camshaft, existed the ability to write any letter, as well as spaces and punctuation. The shape of the letter key would change the position of the cam, so that the cam followers lined up with the corresponding letter.
Wow.
The result is one of the earliest programmable machines. Some of the most infamous sentences that the automaton was made to write over the years include references to Descartes' philosophical writings, including "I think, therefore I am," and the far more eerie "I do not think, therefore do I not exist." In 1769, Hungarian inventor Wolfgang von Kempelen debuted an automaton nicknamed the Turk. This automaton
Hey,
was
there
touted
he
as being
is.
an intelligent machine capable of playing chess. The Turk toured the world, playing prominent chess players and dignitaries, including United States Ambassador Benjamin Franklin. The Turk usually won its match, astounding the opposing player and spectators.
Wasn't it just a
While
guy?
containing some automata, the Turk was primarily a hoax,
Yeah.
with a hidden chess player below, following the game above, and puppeteering the figure's arm. Some of Kempelen's other inventions achieved their intended purpose more legitimately. Over the course of 2 decades, Kempelen developed a speaking machine. Like Vaucanson's flute player, this device used bellows and manipulated airflow to manually reproduce the sounds of human speech. Kempelen was not the only one experimenting in speech synthesis during this era. French inventor Abbé Michel and engineer Christian Gottlieb Kratzenstein also developed machines that replicated the mechanics and resulting sounds of human vocal
I would
cords,
ruin it by
with Michel routing
giggling.
the sounds out of 2
Miku's
sculpted
great-great-grandpa.
heads. Michel and Kempelen's machines were capable of producing both vowel and consonant sounds, which some sources say could produce hundreds of words and speak multiple languages. French writer Antoine Rivarol, upon hearing the machines, wrote that the new technology would allow for the perfect preservation of 18th century French for the rest of time. Several reproductions of Kempelen's speaking machine have been created, so today we can hear exactly how the people of France sounded in the 1700s. French is a beautiful language. Over the coming centuries, other inventors attempted to improve on this design, attempting to build automata that could both move and speak like a human. For every significant feat in automata, there were thousands of other, less remarkable, but far more replicable automatons created and sold. Small music boxes with animated figures were created by skilled craftsmen and sold as luxury items. Birds were again a common staple of this art form, with wind-up boxes and miniature cages featuring singing mechanical avians. Automatons were created
They
and
look
distributed
pretty
by
fucking
people all
good, I'm
over
not
the
gonna
world,
lie.
resulting in this period, from the mid-1800s to the early 1900s, being referred to as the Golden Age of Automata. While the volume of mechanical figures would peak during this period, the complexity and innovation of the 18th century was rarely matched. In many ways, this age of automaton innovation had been ushered out by the Industrial
I
Revolution.
love
As
religious
journalist Gabby Wood explained,
robots.
quote, makers of automata turned away from constructing curiosity in order to design the machines that would replace human labor. Apart from a few scattered attempts at making these industrial devices appear human, such as Diedrich's Steam Man, automaton innovations ceased. But this was not the end of humanity's pursuit for mechanical life, as the definition of automaton was soon given an additional qualifier: a moving mechanical device meant to resemble and imitate a living being without the use of electricity.
Without
In
the
late
use of
19th
electricity.
century,
What?
Humanity began the decades-long transition to a world based on electricity. This transformed practically every aspect of human existence, and it resulted in a class of inventions that appeared as miracles to the public. The electric age was dominated by 2 names.
Please play
Nikola
Nier
Tesla
Automata.
and
I
Thomas
probably
Edison.
should.
Edison's electromechanical inventions would have an enormous impact on the future of automata, but the most immediate impact he would have on living machines was the invention of the phonograph, a device capable of recording and playing back sound. In 1877, the same year that Edison invented the machine,
Do you think
he
robots
began
could seek
contemplating its
salvation?
commercial uses.
It literally has
speculating
robot
how
religion?
It might be
Yeah.
integrated into children's toys. Over a decade later, Edison hired a manufacturer to create and distribute a talking doll. This small figure had a miniature phonograph placed inside, with cylindrical wax records. When a child turned the crank, a voice would emit from inside of the doll.
That's literally the
singing one of
vibe.
12
Yeah,
songs.
I mean, I had it
Some of these
spoiled
records
for
have been
me
preserved,
by
and
someone I used to
recently,
work
the
with,
contents have been reproduced.
but I don't care.
Terrifying. The products were poorly designed and manufactured.
Yeah, no
and
shit.
as a result, the dolls flopped, with Edison abandoning plans for a second generation. Shortly after the dolls failed, the phonograph's cylindrical records would be used in another entertainment device, fortune-telling machines. These figures had extremely limited movements, but their ability to play back
Also
different
depends on
lines
if
of
you get the true
dialogue
ending
produced a
spoiled.
novelty that
I
would
got,
become a staple of boardwalks and amusement parks.
What's
While not
wrong
the most
with the
technically impressive,
bad
moving
guys?
figures with human voices
Don't sweat
began
it
to
too hard?
populate the
Okay,
world.
good. Do I
This,
have
along
to?
with other electrical innovations, elicited both wonder and fear from the public, sentiments that soon found a home in the emerging genre of science fiction. In 1920, Czech writer Karel Čapek wrote
Like,
a
what do
play
I
named
need
Are You
for
Are,
playing
in which
Mirror? Can you get it
artificial
on Steam?
humans
You can,
created for the
right?
purposes of labor rebel, resulting in the extinction of humanity. The play was a massive hit around the world, and is most famous for introducing the word robot. The play instilled a fear in the public of an apocalyptic robotic uprising, as well as further worries of intelligent machines displacing humans in the workforce. It also inspired many to experiment with robotics. Some of these early 20th century creations appeared in a humanoid shape, but were obviously machines, with visible screws and
There's
metal
a fixed
casing.
version.
While the robots in Čapek's play appeared as human,
You only
it
missed
would
the
be
first
these metal
18
beings
minutes or
that would
so.
be
They were
commonly
talking about
referred to as
Automata.
robots.
It's banger,
Other
actually.
inventors took a different approach. After watching Čapek's play, Japanese biologist Makoto Nishimura built his own robot, named Gakuten Soku. Nishimura's goal was to design a friendly machine that would be an optimistic companion to humanity, not a slave or an aggressor as the ones depicted in Čapek's play. Nishimura gave his robot skin made of rubber, and the machine was capable of moving its arms, turning its head, and most impressively, creating facial expressions. Gakuten Soku could smile by a mechanism that raised the corners of his mouth. This type of machine, that was wrapped in an artificial skin and made to appear as a human, would be more commonly referred to as an android. Robots and androids appeared frequently in media, but infrequently in reality over the coming decades. They were most often built to showcase a specific technology, not as an end product themselves. The creation of new, non-electric mechanical automatons was rare, and the surviving pieces had become antiques, fetching high prices from wealthy collectors. The products of a once thriving art form now sat, often frozen, in museums and antique stores throughout the world, a reminder of the promise of mechanical life, now seen by many as the limit. But it was in one of these antique stores that the next step in the search for a living machine would begin. In 1949, in an antique store in New Orleans, a preserved automaton of a bird perched inside of a golden cage performed once again, flapping its wings and whistling a song. The sudden change in state, from still to full of life, enamored its potential customer, a filmmaker from California, Walt Disney. Walt purchased the strange bird, and after returning home, he brought it into his studio's machine shop, handed it to one of his employees, and instructed him to open it up and figure out how it worked.
New Orleans. You prefer that pronunciation?
At 47 years old, famed cartoonist Walt Disney was beginning to lose his passion for animation. The 1940s had been a tumultuous decade at his studio. The animator strike in 1941, the struggles during World War II, and the mixed reception to the studio's recent films had caused Walt to become disillusioned with the medium that had made him a household name. Adding to this discontentment, Walt was forced to quit the sport of polo after suffering a severe injury in 1938, depriving him of the hobby that he enjoyed outside of the studio. As a result, Walt was forced to redirect his energy toward new passions, and he began to gravitate toward one specific fascination: trains. A lifelong interest in locomotives was quickly becoming an obsession, one that he shared with several of his studio employees. Naturally, many of those that had a passion for trains were the machinists and technicians working at the Disney Studio machine shop. This department was tasked with developing many of the machines that were used in the animation process. In the late 1940s,
God,
Walt
I
began
didn't
to
even
spend
think
more time
about
at the
that. They
machine
had to
shop.
have someone who just invented half the shit they needed. Like, yeah, we need a machine that puts, like, animation together in a way that doesn't suck ass. Wow, holy shit. I didn't ever think of that. But yeah, I guess that's right. Like, imagine not even doing that shit, but you need... Oh, man.
Discussing his growing collection of model trains with his new friends/employees. It was common for hobbyists to place their train sets within an environment made up of scale models.
Yeah.
This might be why Walt began to develop a second fascination with sculpting miniatures. In 1949, Walt discovered the automaton bird in New Orleans, and it was at this point that all of his interests seemed to coalesce into a new type of project. A program show of moving mechanical
thank you,
miniatures.
Ego.
A type of three-dimensional animation.
We'll have to do that. That is a controller game, right?
Walt enlisted
Thank
animator
you.
Ken Anderson, removing him
Ego.
from the Walt Disney
That was very
Productions
cool of
payroll,
you.
and instead paying Anderson himself out of his own pocket. Anderson recalled that the pet project was, in part, derived out of Walt's frustrations with the other animators. All the drawing and painting around here. You know, I can draw and paint myself. I'm going to do something creative too. Walt and Anderson worked together to design and sculpt a series of three-dimensional scenes. The intention was that each model would have programmed movement and synchronized sound. When a person inserted a coin into the machine, the models would come to life. The concepts that Walt and Anderson developed all had a similar style and tone, with the exhibits all featuring elements of nostalgia or Americana, with both Disney films and Norman Rockwell paintings serving as inspiration. The first Disneylandia scene that the two created depicted Granny Kincaid's cabin from the Disney film So Dear to My Heart. The scene featured Granny sitting in her chair, which would rock back and forth as dialogue and music played. Walt would assist in sculpting this scene, but as Anderson explained, he, quote, wasn't any good at it, and Walt soon enlisted sculptor Charles Cristodoro to
I'm
help
good
with the
at
project.
things too!
Around the same time, Walt assigned the automaton bird to another animator and model train enthusiast, Wathel Rogers. Rogers was tasked with studying the automaton in and out. He pried open the bird's minuscule components, comparing it to deconstructing a piece of jewelry. When he was done inspecting the bird's innards, Rogers reconstructed the automaton so that it could perform once again. Satisfied with Rogers' work, Walt pulled him away from his animation duties, along with the head of the studio machine shop, Roger Broggie. Walt assigned Broggie and Rogers to another Disneylandia model, one that featured movement far more complex than that of Granny Kincaid's cabin. The new scene, nicknamed Project
This is a video
was to
suggestion?
feature
Not
a
really.
9-inch high performer
This is
dancing
one
on
that
stage.
just came
Walt
out.
asked actor and dancer Buddy Ebsen to come into the studio to record a performance, filming Ebsen on a grid so that the animators could study his movements. As was common with automata, Rogers and Broggie utilized a large camshaft to program the figure's movements. When a bump was registered on the surface, a wire was moved to create a single action, such as the lifting of a foot. Anderson would construct a third Disneylandia scene, depicting a barbershop quartet singing in a barbershop.
Is
With
that
several proofs of
a
concept in
reference,
the
or are you
works,
changing the
Walt
way the
proposed
player
a way to
looks? I'm
showcase
changing the way the
models
player
around the
looks.
country. His plan was to place the exhibits, and you'll never believe this, on a train. The models would be installed in Pullman train cars, and viewers in cities around the United States would be able to travel to their train station to see the exhibit.
Wow.
Rogers, Broggie, and Anderson were able to get multiple prototypes to work.
You like the
including
tofu
a small
fella?
figure in
In
Project
the very
Little Man,
least, I
which
could
did
use this
appear
for
to
all the
dance.
other fellas.
However, the machines were severely limited by several factors. For one,
They were
programming
shit.
the movements by adjusting the ridges on the camshaft was tedious and frustrating. The number of movements and the length of the performance was limited to the size of the camshaft. The camshaft also had to be placed close to the figure, and Broggie and Rogers had already made it quite large. After months of work, the team felt that they had met the limits of the technology and their own ability. Broggie explained to Walt that they were, quote, no further advanced than the 17th and 18th century kings of France who had commissioned the creation of little automatons that played musical instruments. It was an unfortunate reality. You will never do anything better than an 18th century monk when you have a TV in your house. Even if Rogers and Broggie had dedicated the time necessary to master the craft of automata, the complexity of Walt's request was simply not achievable within the medium. Broggie proposed a solution. If Walt were to make a life-sized human figure, then more modern and advanced mechanisms could be placed inside of the body. This would result in more detail and lifelike movements. Walt considered the possibilities of Broggie's suggestion and responded to the idea with one of his most commonly spoken phrases: no. The point of the miniatures, according to Walt, was that they are cute. They were magical because they were small. Making them life-size would defeat the purpose of the exhibits. Besides, it was determined that the project was far too expensive, as the income generated by the coin-operated machines would not offset the projected maintenance costs. This might have been more demoralizing to Walt if he was not already working on another project, one with a similar tone, similar goals, and soon, a similar name to Disneylandia. It was to be an amusement park with elaborate themed environments and immersive storytelling. Walt had been dreaming of a place like it for years because he wanted to create a place where parents and children could have fun together, and/or he wanted another, bigger train. Disneyland Park
Yeah, he just
opened on
wanted a
July
train.
17th, 1955. The theme park was designed by WED Enterprises, a new company that Walt had staffed mainly by poaching employees from his studio. Several of these artists and engineers were those that had been recruited to work on Disneylandia, including Anderson, Broggie, and Rogers. These designers would eventually be given the unique title of Imagineer. Over several years, Walt and the Imagineers worked diligently, designing a theme park unlike the world had ever seen. When guests first entered Disneyland, they were able to wander through nostalgic environments and ride unique attractions. They would also have the opportunity to interact with classic Disney characters, such as Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Black Bart, the Phantom of the Opera, the Main Street Monkey, Aunt Jemima, and Goofy. Along with these costumed characters, guests would encounter several mechanical characters throughout their Disneyland day. In Fantasyland, dark rides themed to Disney's animated films featured simple animated figures. These characters had minimal looped movement, and each was seen only briefly as the ride vehicles whipped around the track. In Frontierland, along the shores of the rivers of America, a Native American village featured multiple animated human figures, including a chief mounted on a horse. This figure was capable of raising its arm to guests as they passed by on the riverboat. But by far the most impressive examples of mechanical life in early Disneyland could be found on a single ride in Adventureland, the Jungle Cruise. Since the earliest concepts of the park, Walt had envisioned a boat ride themed to the dense river jungles of the world. Originally, Walt wanted actual wild animals to live on the shores of the attraction, but abandoned the concept
got there
because
eventually.
of its logistical hurdles and guest-killing potential. Instead, Walt and the Imagineers opted to build detailed figures capable of movement. Unlike the exaggerated animal designs found in Disney's famous animations, the Jungle Cruise animals were carefully sculpted and painted to appear as real animals, and the mechanisms held within them assisted in this illusion. These animals could wiggle, lunge, nod, chomp, and bite, and chew, and chomp, and bite. The way in which these
Pretty much
figures
that's
moved was
it,
less
yeah.
precise than the detailed cam work of the Disneylandia figures. But what the animals lacked in complexity, they made up for in size and creative staging. The most common mechanisms found in the Jungle Cruise animals were cams and levers and cranks and sliders. Both have the ability to turn rotary motion into linear motion, allowing for a constant short program to be looped indefinitely. Many of the attraction's land animals contained all of their mechanisms internally and could be seen in full view. Others, such as the original giraffes, cheated a bit. Only the long necks and heads of the animals could be seen peeking out above the foliage, while the mechanisms below were hidden by the brush. A similar example of this staging could be found in the rhino scene, in which two baby rhinos ran around and played. This was accomplished by only building the top half of each animal, allowing the bottom half to contain wheels that would run along a track. The most unique mechanisms of the Jungle Cruise were not found within the ride's jungle, but rather, they were submerged in the attraction's river. To allow guests to have close encounters with several semi-aquatic animals, large metal structures were constructed and installed before the river was filled. In order for hippos to emerge from beneath the water, the sculpted figures were attached to metal carriages that accordioned up, enough for the figure to go from completely submerged to visible above the waterline. The ride skipper would shoot the hippos with a gun loaded with blanks, one of the first examples of a machine being used to simulate both life and death. This famous scene would have been very interesting in the version of the ride where this was a real animal. Some lucky guests even got to witness Walt Disney fire the gun at the mechanical figure.
I forgot about that.
In which you could visit Disneyland and see Walt Disney fire a gun.
Well, there's a beat the Aztecs never heard of.
It would be like going to Walgreens.
There's a
and
beat
seeing
the
Charles
Aztecs
R.
never heard
Walgreens
of? Jesus.
fire a gun.
What?
Other aquatic figures included the charging crocodiles, which rolled along a hidden looping track. These clever illusions resulted in an attraction that was full of animal life. As a result, the Jungle Cruise was seen as Disneyland's most impressive attraction when the park debuted. In the years following Disneyland's opening, the Imagineers would add more exotic animals to the Jungle Cruise, as well as populate Frontierland's wilderness with similar creatures native to North America. The area's train ride, the Rainbow Caverns Mine Train, was updated to the new Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland, which featured scenes of elk fighting, beavers building dams, and bears scratching on a tree. The area also featured figures in the water, including fish jumping out of the river and bears swimming and eating fish. The plussing of both the Jungle Cruise and the Mine Train were led by Mark Davis, an animator that Walt was consistently recruiting to work on Disney attractions. Davis was exceptionally gifted in his ability to turn simple movements into realistic and often humorous scenes. While Disneyland's environments were coming to life with a plethora of artificial animals, Walt began to explore new concepts for attractions in which mechanical humans would be the star. Throughout the late 1950s, 2 new themed areas were being considered for Disneyland. Both of these would be additions to Main Street USA, and both would feature shows starring animated human figures as their primary attraction. One proposal, named Liberty Street, would have been themed to colonial America. The main attraction of this area was to be a show named One Nation Under God, that would include the Hall of Presidents, a stage in which figures of every US president would come to life. Another proposed annex of Main Street was named Edison Square. This area would have been focused on the emergence of electricity, juxtaposing Main Street's nostalgic gas lamps with a street full of electric lights. The main attraction of Edison Square would have been Harnessing the Lightning. This show would have tracked the progress of electricity throughout the 20th century, focusing on multiple scenes of a family demonstrating advances in household appliances. The challenge with both attractions would be animating the life-sized human figures. The Imagineers were aware of the mechanical limitations, and both shows were planned with limited movement in mind. Both One Nation Under God and Harnessing the Lightning would utilize dynamic lighting, so that not every animated figure was visible at once. This would allow each character to be revealed throughout a sequence, cutting down on the amount of time that a guest could see a figure's animation loop.
Right.
The Hall of Presidents segment of One Nation Under God had the advantage of scale. 33 presidents would be depicted at once, so even if each had only the ability to turn their heads, the crowd effect would hide the rudimentary motion. Harnessing the Lightning would have had guests walk from room to room between acts, and each act would have been short, around 3 minutes each. The characters would have been staged to hold household appliances, which would allow them to perform machine-like movements while still appearing human. To further help with the illusion, Imagineer John Hench suggested that the humans be depicted in a caricaturized style, to prevent them from coming across as lifeless. These solutions would help to sell the illusion of life, even if the show were to use mechanisms as crude as those found on the Jungle Cruise. Still, this was a compromise to Walt's vision for both shows, and despite the Imagineers dedicating years of work to both Liberty Street and Edison Square, neither concept would come to fruition. Instead, Walt focused the park's funds and the Imagineers'
I've never been to Disney
other expansions, such as a major addition to the Tomorrowland section.
You know how I found out? I found out something really fucked up recently, and it is like I can't not think it anymore. Okay, so you got Disney Land and Disney World, right? Do you know the easiest way to know which one's which? Disneyland is in LA. Disney World is in Orlando. I fucking hate that.
Of the park, but the idea of attractions with human figures lingered. The technology just wasn't there. At least, not yet. What happened next is a bit uncertain. It was at this point, around 1959, that the Studio Machine Shop began
it's in Anaheim
with building
instead?
a mechanical human head. The first head to be created was of a man of Chinese descent. There are 3 theories as to why this occurred. In the most popular account of events, Walt walked into the Studio Machine Shop one day with a new idea, another new themed area for Main Street USA. He said, quote, "Look, I want to have a Chinese restaurant at the park. Out in the lobby will be an old Chinese fellow like Confucius. Not an actor, but a figure made out of plastic. Now the customers will ask him questions, and he'll reply with words of wisdom." While at first this seems random, fortune-telling machines were abundant, and a few were already in Disneyland. Fortune-telling machines often depicted Confucius or another Eastern philosopher, so the idea of a Chinatown with a fortune-telling Confucius could be a natural evolution of this common fixture of amusement parks. The second theory is that machinist Jack Gladish was experimenting with a talking head in the Studio Machine Shop, either as his own personal project, or because Walt had assigned it to him in preparation for one of the complex shows in development. According to historian Todd James Pierce, Gladish built a functioning prototype skull, However, when it came time to place the fake skin on the head, the latex material did not fit properly around the eyes. The figure appeared to them to be of Chinese descent, and so Gladish and the machine shop decided to proceed with the imperfection and pretend as though it was purposeful. After presenting it to Walt, the Chinatown concept was invented to support the team's progress on the figure. The third theory as to why a Chinese head was developed is that Disneyland was simply missing something. It already had caricatures and fear-based depictions of Africans and Native Americans, but it had no such material for the people of Asia. Therefore,
we didn't have any racism toward Asians.
Racist omission, as in an omission of racism, not an omission that was racist. Regardless of the reason, a mechanical figure was designed for
like they aren't being racist enough.
The theory that Roger Broggie had proposed almost a decade prior was turning out to be correct. A larger figure did indeed allow for more lifelike movement. The machine shop
I like how they told him no, and then they went ahead and did it anyway, it seems like.
A solenoid is an electromagnetic mechanism created by winding a copper wire into a coil.
Sure.
When electricity passes through the wire, a magnetic field is created, pulling the plunger into the coil. When the current is interrupted, a spring returns the plunger to its resting position.
Easy shit, everyone knows this.
They're small, fast, and easily controlled with electricity. The downside is that their load capacity is limited, making them less suitable for lifting heavy objects compared to other methods.
Yeah.
For the mechanical head, this was not an issue.
Yeah, that's fine for that.
Would be used for simple, small movements, such as the opening of the mouth or the raising of the cheeks. Walt wanted realism out of the head from the beginning, suggesting specific facial expressions and complex mouth movements. Walt explained to the team, quote, "You know they've done this in Europe for hundreds of years. If they've done this well, we can do things now much better." He instructed the team to watch television with the sound turned off, in order to study the way that people's mouths moved when they spoke. Wathel Rogers recalled, quote, "You could always tell who was working on the job. They never looked at your eyes when you were talking to them, always at your mouth." One of the most significant obstacles the Imagineers faced with the mechanical figure was the skin. The latex used for the initial prototypes was not flexible or durable enough to last on the talking head, and Imagineer Harriet Burns had to constantly create new skin when one inevitably peeled and deteriorated. The Imagineers soon turned to a unique hot melt vinyl named Duraflex, which had properties that more closely resembled the flexibility and durability of human skin. The material also lent itself better to repairs if an issue did arise. While the mechanically inclined studio shop designed the Chinese head, the creatives at WED began to write the show for the Chinese restaurant. Disneyland performer Wally Bogue was recruited to help develop the attraction, which would feature several mechanical characters to support the Confucius figure. After guests had finished their meal, a dragon statue mounted to the wall of the dining room would suddenly come to life and speak. The voice would have been Bogue doing a stereotypical Chinese accent. The dragon would say, quote, "Honorable patrons look very happy, must have been something you ate." The show's main character would have been the Chinese human figure. Confucius was used as a reference, but the character itself would have been a fictional philosopher. One of the proposed names for the character was Grandfather Chung, as Disney hoped to secure a sponsorship from canned Chinese food brand Chun King, although this pitch would not have been helped by the fact that they misspelled Chun. The other name considered for the restaurant's wise sage was Chu Well. The philosopher would have been surrounded by mechanical birds, who would coo and sing as he delivered his philosophical teachings. He would begin his discourse with, quote, "Now that you have dined on food, it is time to dine on knowledge." Walt wanted the figure to be operated live by a hidden performer, who would respond to questions from the audience. The Imagineers might have determined that this would be more difficult than creating a program show. To address Walt's suggestion, they planned to pipe audio of canned audience questions into the room, in the hopes of fooling the real diners into believing that another patron had posed the question. For instance, a pre-recorded voice of a young girl would ask the philosopher why her father thinks that she talks too much, to which the philosopher would respond, quote, "Every young girl should be the picture of her mother, but not the soundtrack." Another line of wisdom from the philosopher was, quote, "Psychology books very handy if applied right, suggest 3 brisk strokes overhead of child." A white man doing his version of a Chinese accent while delivering jokes about child beating would have absolutely murdered a crowd in 1950s Disneyland. But it would not have the opportunity due to Walt's sudden and swift cancellation of the Chinatown area of the park. Despite the project being far into development, Walt apparently met with the team and declared, quote, "We're not going to do Chinatown. San Francisco and Los Angeles already have Chinatowns. There's no need for one at Disneyland." Chinatown and its restaurant were no more, but the development of an animated human figure would not cease. The progress made
I
on the
love the story beat there. They're like, They're already Chinese people all over the place. We don't need that shit here. Like, Walt, please. How are you being more racist than anyone could have imagined? Jesus fuck. Like, you'd think that the reason that he wouldn't want it is the racism, and you're right, but you're also somehow wrong. The racism was the problem.
Head had convinced Walt to move forward with One Nation Under God, focusing the attention of the Imagineers on the show's proposed star, a Winkin, Blinkin, Abraham Lincoln.
Methods of control. I mean, I know we're talking about automata, but fear?
In 1860, sculptor Leonard Wells Vogt convinced the Republican nominee for president, Abraham Lincoln, to visit his studio in Chicago. Lincoln agreed to allow Vogt to create a life mask, a plaster cast of his head and face. This was a common practice at the time, and the most accurate method of capturing the likenesses of prominent figures. The voice of a young girl would ask In 1860, sculptor Leonard Wells Vogt convinced the Republican nominee for president, Abraham Lincoln, to visit his studio in Chicago. Lincoln agreed to allow Vogt to create a life mask, a plaster cast of his head and face. This was a common practice.
I wasn't paying attention, and I thought Abraham Lincoln showed up at Disneyland, and I'm like, I have completely confused the order of basic, like, American history. Like, when the fuck did he get shot? Like, I thought he didn't retire, and it's like, yeah, no, he did not go to Disneyland. He got his life mask done before he was shot, which is when you would do it. That makes a lot more sense. Apologies, we can continue with the video. I just had a moment.
At the time, and the most accurate method of capturing the likenesses of prominent figures for use in busts and sculptures. Vogt applied the thick plaster to Lincoln's face, waited 1 hour, and then asked him to remove the mold. Lincoln took hold of the mask and began peeling it off his skin. The unique shape of Lincoln's cheekbones made the removal difficult, and several hairs that caught in the mold had to be pulled before the mask could be taken off. Despite this, the mask was clean and in one piece. Vogt was now in possession of the only life mask of the man that would soon become the 16th president and one of the most prominent figures in American history. Vogt would send a copy of the cast to his son's art teacher, John Leon Jerome, in Paris, who gave it to another sculptor, Truman H. Bartlett. Vogt would give the original cast to his son, who would give it to his friend, Wyatt Eaton. Years later, magazine editor Richard Watson Gilder would raise money through his subscribers to buy the cast from Eaton to donate to the National Museum. As a perk, each subscriber would receive a casting from the original. Over the next 75 years, casts would be circulated and duplicated, bought and sold, until eventually, one landed in the hands of Los Angeles-based wax museum owner, Catherine Stuber. Around 1960, Stuber was approached by a Disney artist named Blaine Gibson. Gibson was a sculptor himself, and he was very interested in Lincoln's life mask, as well as the process that Stuber used to create her figures. Stuber was hesitant, assuming that Walt Disney was going to create a wax museum in Disneyland. He told Gibson, quote, "If I tell you all this stuff, you're going to compete with me." Gibson eased her concerns. Walt was not interested in creating a wax museum with the Lincoln mask. He was interested in something much different. The advancements on the mechanical heads had rekindled the development of the One Nation Under God show and the Hall of Presidents. Walt hired James Alger, a documentarian who directed Disney's True Life Adventure series, to draft a script for the show. Alger wrote and recorded a 32-minute narration for the proposed attraction, and Walt began presenting it, along with several pieces of concept art, to potential sponsors. While the presentation was impressive, no company would agree to a partnership based on the script and drawings alone. Walt believed to secure financial support, he needed a prototype of one of the animated figures. Walt needed a functioning mechanical president. Walt briefly considered starting with George Washington or Teddy Roosevelt, but he instead chose to move forward with his favorite commander-in-chief. Walt Disney had developed an admiration for Abraham Lincoln at an early age.
Why? He was anti-slaves. Like, isn't that like a fucking... How racist was he? I'm very confused. Why is he your favorite president? Yeah, I already had... Okay.
And his interest in the 16th president had followed him into adulthood. Walt was well read on Lincoln, and those close to him attested that his knowledge on the subject was impressive. It was no surprise that when given the opportunity to begin work on a single president, Walt chose Lincoln. The Imagineers started by constructing Lincoln's head, picking up where they had left off with the Chinese philosopher. Blaine Gibson sculpted the figure's face, using the life mask as reference. Skin was created, again using the Duraflex material, and glass eyes and false teeth were sourced to bring realism to the mechanical president. While sculptors and machinists worked on the physical construction of the figure, other members of the team began experimenting with an equally important element: a programming system. Up until this point, the talking heads created by the Imagineers had been operated live with joysticks and similar manual controls. Some of these control mechanisms were custom-built, utilizing technology that had been developed for aviation. Despite being state-of-the-art at the time, these controls were clunky and unreliable, and the method was only suitable for testing and demonstration. For One Nation Under God and other shows, the goal was to create an entire stage play that could be activated at the push of a button and played dozens of times per day. The Imagineers needed a way to record, store, and play back the figure's movements. The first attempt at such a system was developed by Jack Gladish and utilized two things that were abundant at the Disney.
Anything that I don't understand about the Civil War, I'm going to blame on growing up in Texas. It is still seen as a states' rights thing there, which is states' rights to own people. Sure. But even in the you know, articles of them saying that we don't want to be part of America anymore was still not good. So like Lincoln is always, I was homeschooled. That is a bit of a gap in my history. Is the right to maintain slaves was in their constitution, and it was in their like we're leaving because message, right? Like it's right there on the tin. Like they said right from the get-go that they were doing this because of slaves. Like, you ever learn something in school and then just never get that updated? Like, I feel like that this is more common for people than they realize, that like science has changed or like history has changed or whatever. I just never got updated on some of the specifics of the Civil War. And it makes me entirely confused when I see someone, like, I don't get people up here who have, like, Confederate flag stuff. Like, I kind of get it when it's people down south. Because, like, there's an argument that, like, oh, it's my history or whatever, right? But, like, it's a shit history, but okay. There's some people who, like, have Confederate flag stuff out. And those houses should be fucked up. They often have other things, but anyway, we're gonna watch this.
Studio, film stock, and moviolas. Moviolas were film editing machines that allowed an editor to play back the film while working, but Gladish would use them for an entirely different purpose. Instead of exposing the film stock to light and capturing a series of images, Gladish simply used the film as a canvas. On the surface of the film, Gladish brushed conductive silver paint. He then attached a connection to the moviola so that when the reel was played, a contact would graze the film's surface.
Sure.
When the silver paint would touch the contact, a circuit would be closed, causing a solenoid to be activated, resulting in a single action. When the silver was absent, the circuit would open, causing the solenoid to return to its resting position. This ingenious, albeit crude method was already far better than the programming systems that most automatons used. The duration of a camshaft program was only as long as it took for the cylinder to complete one rotation, while Gladish's film stock method could fit hundreds of feet of programmed information onto a single reel.
That's
Multiple
perfect.
shows could be created and swapped out by simply changing the reel of film, with no need to change the mechanisms of the animated figure. Unfortunately, the system also had plenty of issues. For one, the silver paint began to chip rather quickly, and the program needed to be repainted constantly. Second, this was not an efficient way to store information. Only 6 tracks of paint could be placed onto a single reel, meaning that only 6 movements could be programmed onto each moviola. Walt was constantly asking that Lincoln be capable of performing additional, complex movements, which meant more mechanisms, and therefore, more tracks needed to control them. If this method were to be used for Lincoln, an entire room of moviolas would need to be dedicated to the programming.
Well, the Gettysburg flag isn't necessarily racist shit.
An entire warehouse of moviolas would be required, each of which needed to be synchronized perfectly with one another every single show.
Snaky.
Gladish's system was a huge step forward, but a more advanced system would still need to be developed for the attraction. Walt continued to request that additional nuances be installed in Lincoln's face, and as a result, the head was becoming quite heavy. This clashed with another of Walt's requests, that Lincoln would start each show seated and then rise from his chair to deliver a speech. Walt enlisted Mark Davis to work on the figure, having him focus on all of the mechanisms below the neck. Davis already had an interest in human anatomy.
In the UK is
and after
weird.
Joining the team, he began studying prosthetic technology. Davis recalled that, quote, "It was the British who had done the most work on prosthetics, how to make an artificial hand or an artificial leg, because Britain had been bombed so heavily that there were more people in need of that there than in other countries."
Wow,
Davis compiled
that's
his
dark.
research into a booklet. This was filled with theories and sketches of how the team might accomplish animating Lincoln. Davis explained, quote, "It was rough, and the most terrible thing was that Walt wanted Lincoln to be pretty sophisticated. We didn't have the technology for it. I have a notebook that I did, How to Build a Mechanical Man, and all of this was wrong. We weren't building a mechanical man. We were building an illusion of man. That took a while to soak into me, and into everybody else." In 1960, Walt began negotiating with major corporations to build Disney attractions at the 1964 New York World's Fair. This was an opportunity to showcase
sorry. Thank you. I'm running out of space on my screen here. I love robots. Like, this kind of stuff, I love them. Like, I did want to go into robotics when I was younger, and make prosthetics and shit. Biomedical prosthetics. Like, replacement hearts and, shit like that. Because I'm just like, that's the path forward to immortality. Like replacement parts that we can switch out. Like the brain is the only thing that we can't really do that to, and maybe someone else will figure that shit out. But it turns out it's super fucking hard. Why is your brush tiny? Because I'm insane. And I like doing more work than I need to. Leg DRM, yeah. Unfortunately, biomedical shit has gone absolutely crazy, and it's literally Deus Ex plot, like literally cyberpunk level kind of plot on just regular people's like diabetes supply and shit like that. I saw this one meme, and it's this guy and this girl, and they're at a record store, and the guy is like, "Oh man, I really like the Ship of Theseus," and she's like, "Yeah, me too." And then it shows both of them think about the Ship of Theseus, but like I've seen that meme in other places, and it means like they aren't thinking about the same shit, but it's the same picture of a boat because it's the same fucking boat. I love it. It's such a stupid meme. The shit of Theseus? If you eat a shit and then you shit it out. Is that your Is that what we're doing? Rev, kill that thought right now. All right, imagine human centipede. Whose shit is it? All right, let's save this as second attempt.
Talent of the Disney organization to East Coast audiences.
Patients are now
and
stuck
develop
with
new
dead
technology
machines
for
inside of them.
Disneyland using
That's
sponsorship
fucking
money.
awful.
Walt was interested in finding a sponsor for One Nation Under God and debuting the attraction at the fair. However, the Imagineers informed him that the technology necessary to operate the entire Hall of Presidents show was at least 5 to 10 years away. Development continued on the animated
The fella
figures,
looks great.
as Walt sought
We'll
to secure
shade him some and
partnerships for
stuff
other
in a second. I
attractions
just
at
want to
the
make sure
fair.
that he works.
At the same time, Walt and the Imagineers continued to make improvements to Disneyland. In early 1960, Disneyland management flagged the Pavilion restaurant as a venue in need of a refurbishment. Since the restaurant straddled Main Street USA and Adventureland, the theming was inconsistent throughout the dining space and the menu. To solve this, Walt tasked his Imagineers with creating a tea room themed to Polynesia. John Hench drew concept art of the space, and the art prominently featured birds in cages suspended above the heads of diners.
Oh no.
Walt rejected the idea, believing that the birds would defecate in the guests' food. Hench pivoted and claimed that the birds in the art were actually mechanical birds. This idea was approved, and development on the Enchanted Tiki Room began. The
Is YouTube
restaurant
chat
borrowed
on? It
many elements
is.
from the Chinatown restaurant concept, including the format of the dinner show and the use of programmed animated figures. As automaton makers had been doing for thousands of years, the Imagineers took advantage of the unique properties of birds, finding it much easier and quicker to achieve lifelike movement with the tiki birds than the Lincoln figure. Still, Walt demanded more naturalism than had ever been achieved with mechanical birds. Specifically, he wanted the birds to be able to puff out their chest as they sang. This was a particularly difficult task for designer Harriet Burns, who had to find a fabric that allowed for this motion. As with the talking heads, solenoids would be utilized. These were placed inside of the bird's back and would give the birds the ability to quickly open and close their beaks. However, solenoids were too jarring and limited to provide all of the realistic movements that the Imagineers wanted to achieve. To accomplish fluid motions, pneumatic tubes using pressurized air were designed. A pressurized air system would be housed outside of the showroom, and tubes would be routed into the mechanical birds. This allowed for stronger, slower motion, which the Imagineers could easily customize by changing the pressure of each individual action. Like the solenoids, these mechanisms were digital, meaning that there were only two states, activated and resting. A joystick control was created for the birds, revealing the range of motion of the fully articulated characters. The joystick control had two buttons, one on the top of the handle that puffed the bird's chest, and one on the base that opened the bird's beak. Tilting the top of the handle forward nodded the bird's head. Pushing the entire lever tilted the bird's body, and rotating the handle side to side turned the bird's head. A few of the bird's movements were designed so that it had two extreme activated positions, with a resting position in the middle. For instance, while the joystick control and the pneumatic pressure gave the appearance that an operator could turn the bird's head gradually in either direction, in reality there were only three positions. Resting, which in this case was looking forward, activated left, and activated right. The movement could not be stopped between these positions. Thanks to these advancements, the Imagineers were building the animated figures for the Tiki Room restaurant quicker, cheaper, and more predictably than any of the mechanical human figures.
That is so wild
Because
to
of this,
me.
the dinner show starring the singing tropical birds was fast-tracked through development. The only missing component was a reliable system to record and playback the performance. The necessary breakthrough finally came thanks to a unique collaboration between several departments at the Disney studio. with the sound engineers, electricians, and machinists working together to create a custom programming system for the figures. This new method controlled the animation, not with paint, but with sound tones. In order to understand how this worked, it is necessary to understand the basics of sound recording. Sound
Okay.
is produced by vibrations.
Right.
Human ears have a thin layer of skin.
I'm sorry, Count Cannoli. I hope that you take some time to take care of yourself. I think I'm going to be doing the same here soon, depending on how things go. Why is this in defunct land? They have to explain how shit works. Fella second attempt needs to be here. Load that shit in. Is locked or can't be opened due to lack of permissions? Is it because it's open? Don't worry about that shit. Okay. All right, player character. Okay, cool. Animated sprite. Just hit play.
Referred to as the eardrum. Their response to
I want to be in hospital. Good. Why are you sorry? Just seems like it sounded like something you didn't want to do, but I do think that it would be for the best. It sounds like you need it. It's been a rough one for a bit, man. We can always add this dude back if we like him more than the current fella. All right, vertical we want 1, horizontal we want I don't know how many there are here. Apparently this many, 24. Okay.
these vibrations and converts them into electrical signals. These signals are sent to the brain where they are processed as a sound. In order to replicate this process using a machine, a mechanical eardrum, known as a diaphragm, responds to the sound waves, and this movement is converted into an electrical signal. The electrical signal travels along a wire and to a recording head. The recording head passes over a tape coated with a magnetic material. As it does, the electrical signal alters the orientation of the magnetic particles, imprinting the signal onto the tape and recording the sound. For playback, the process is reversed, with a playhead reading the stored magnetic information, converting it back into an electrical signal, and sending it to a diaphragm. This diaphragm vibrates, producing the sound that emits from a speaker. This process of recording sound has more uses than simply audio playback, and the engineers at the Disney studio devised a way to utilize this technology to create a system to control the animated figures. Instead of using a microphone to capture sound waves and convert them into electrical signals, the live controls that the engineers were using, such as the joysticks, already controlled
His
the
head
figures
bobbles a
using
little
electrical
weird.
signals. Just like
I did
sound,
not solve the
these
cock
signals
array
can be
issue,
recorded
no.
and stored onto a magnetic tape. If the signals from the live controls were played through a speaker, they would likely not sound pleasant.
He's got kind of a
producing
limp
fuzzy,
going.
buzzing tones similar to electrical noise.
And
Instead
his
of
head
sending this
movement should be a
electrical
little
signal
less
through
extreme.
a playback head and to a speaker, the signal could be sent to a machine. This way, the Imagineers could use it to program the mechanical figures. When a tone was detected, it would activate a mechanism on the figure. This system functions similarly to the silver paint method, but the process was already a significant improvement. For one, the magnetic tape would not flake
He's
off
also
like the
like
silver
moving
paint.
too
Additionally,
much.
the Imagineers could now program the figures' movements in real time, as opposed to before, when they were estimating the timing when painting with the silver. Magnetic tape
Jesus.
recording had been around for decades by this point, and recent advancements had made the process more efficient. Master tapes were now often separated into 8 different tracks, meaning that 8 actions could be easily programmed onto a single master tape. This was already an improvement over the 6 actions of the silver
Is there a
paint method,
reason you wanted
but
to
still
change
not
him? I want him to fit the theme of the other guys. We can go back to, do you guys really like the cube guy that bad? Like, because we can just bring up that guy and fix him. Fella first attempt clip. Like, the main issue with this guy is that his run pattern's the exact same shit. You're gonna have to change the other art? What other art? Like the key like art that I drew a while ago? That's not in the game anywhere. That was just sort of a like, I need to make sure I draw this. Like, just as an aesthetic, like, this is the vibe I'm going for here. Leave him as a secret fella. You could have skin box thingies. Loot boxes? A fella loot box. Okay. I mean, I could. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water and stuff, so why don't we take a 3-minute? I think that we're gonna have like little stuff like you know, Bree have like a little Easter egg, like maybe a little like model of Bree in someone's house or something. Shit like that. I'll be right back. 3 minutes. BRB. This is my box where I store skins. Please never use those words. That's horrifying. Just in time. I just hit the ads, so you're good. You guys will be back in 43 seconds. I got myself some hard candy because I wanted a snack, but I've already eaten, so I don't really need another snack. We're back in 16 seconds. Got a snack, bud? Shrimp checking. We are unshrimped and back. Took my meds this morning. Yep. That's pretty awesome, Count Cannoli. Okay. So the current animation, like his head wobbles too fast. Like we need to make a decision here. And I don't really have a design for the main character. So he could stay as the little like card guy. What do y'all think of that? Like he's the only square one and everyone else is some rounded character. I mean, that implies he's a different species and everything, which he's not. He's square is good friend shape. Okay, so let's fix this one then, rather than trying to make a new one. Maybe he's just a little different. Everyone gets sent here when they are trying to do this thing. Like, it's a cultural obligation. It's better than jury duty. It's like a cool thing to get done. But it's like, oh, fuck. I gotta go and do this thing. Whatever plans I had in my life, they're over now. This is my thing now. And people want to be a part of this because it's a cool fucking honor. But let's see if I can just and we can use this guy still for all of the other characters. That'd be fine. I think there needs to be like another cycle to this animation of where he's coming down with the other foot. All right, that should have fixed this whole thing now. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, all right. Okay. Big Lots is closing its stores. That sucks. Big Lots is kind of like banger.
Nearly enough to program a single figure, let alone a stage full of them. The Imagineers needed to fit multiple actions on a single track of audio. Luckily, a method to do this had already been created by aerospace engineers, who developed the technology for aviation and the space race. To understand this process, it is necessary to understand a bit more about sound waves. Sound
Is he
waves are
okay?
characterized
You
by
think this
amplitude
movement's
and
okay?
frequency. When
There's a little
visualized,
bit of screen
amplitude
tearing
is the height of
still.
the wave and determines the amount of energy that the wave carries. In sound,
Not sure what that
this
line under
translates
him
to loudness
is.
and volume. Raise the amplitude, the sound becomes louder. Lower the amplitude, the sound becomes quieter. Frequency is the number of cycles the sound wave makes per second, measured in hertz. In sound, this affects the character of the noise. A higher frequency is perceived as a higher pitch or
Right.
tone. A lower
Yeah, that's why when you're trying to do a really low note, it goes like that. It's that it almost sounds rhythmic. You got to make the idle animation slower. Yeah, I think I can do that just with in here. Just say like use 5 frames per second. Many of us look to you as a beacon of goodness in these dark times. We all need to stay strong and hold our shit together, including you. Yeah. Thank you. How many frames do you have? 6 frames. I'm not seeing like a white line under any of this. Might be able to get away with 4. I was thinking I needed more perhaps, but I guess not. I think I'm just gonna get in here and clean up some of these lines. Let me start with that.
Frequency is perceived as a lower pitch or tone. A simple sine wave such as this would result in a single consistent tone, which is very rare in nature. Most sounds are made up of many waves of varying frequencies that combine into a complex wave. For instance, if 3 tones occur at once, one with a low frequency, one with a mid-range frequency, and one with a high frequency, the resulting compound wave would look like this. More complex sounds, such as a fully orchestrated music track or the human voice, have even more detailed sound waves. This combining effect is a natural occurrence, so the Imagineers could easily place multiple sounds onto a single track.
Sure.
When recording the figures, the Imagineers assigned each action its own frequency. For instance,
that's fair enough, Count Cannoli.
the tongue on the mechanical head might be controlled by a tone with a frequency of 350 Hz, while the corners of the mouth might be controlled by a tone of 400 Hz. The sound engineers needed to distribute the frequencies throughout the tape's recording range, so that there was enough buffer between the actions to avoid interference. After all of the frequencies were recorded, they would naturally form a compound sound wave. But the individual information was not lost, it just needed to be decoded. The method to separate the actions on playback required a set of metal reeds, arranged in a bank.
Holy shit, this machine.
Similar to a xylophone, and the process was not dissimilar to the musical instrument. In a xylophone, each key produces a different tone, determined by the size and shape of the key. In the reed bank, each metal reed is tuned to respond to a different tone. When a reed registered its resonant frequency, it vibrated, closing a circuit and triggering an action. For instance, if the Imagineers chose to control the corners of the mouth using a frequency of 400 Hz, a metal reed would be created to respond to frequencies of 400 Hz, and this reed would be connected to the circuit that controlled the corners of the mouth. The electric sound signal from the master tape was sent to the entire reed bank. Each reed listened to the entire range of sound, but could only respond to their assigned frequencies. This new method allowed for 10 to 20 actions per track, meaning that an 8-track master tape could have as many as 160 actions on it. The animated figures that utilized this system of audio tones were given the name audio animatronics. The term animatronics was a combination of animation and electronics, but the audio part has a disputed etymology. The most common explanation is that the audio in audio animatronics refers to the sound that emits from or near the figure. The fact that the animated figures can produce sound and synchronize their movements with it is what makes them audio animatronics. Sometimes, though, Disney and the Imagineers working on the project have said that the audio in audio animatronics is derived from the fact that the figures are controlled by audio tones. To illustrate this confusion, here's a clip of Walt Disney and a bird disagreeing on the origin of the term.
Audio for sound.
See, and electronically animated by sound. That's what he's trying to say.
While 160 actions might seem like more than the Imagineers would need, it was still not enough to control an entire show. On top of the animated figures' actions, space needed to be dedicated to the program's audio tracks and lighting controls. The final piece to addressing this issue would be another system created outside of the Disney studio.
Could you just hook another audio track to it?
Not for entertainment, but for nuclear war.
What?
The Imagineers utilized systems originally invented for the Polaris submarine-launched ballistic missile. There are mixed reports on exactly how Disney acquired this technology, and what exactly the technology was. Some sources claim that the information had been declassified. Some say that Walt purchased the patents from private companies, and a few imply that Walt might have been given the information by his internal contacts within the US government.
What?
That said, it was not a secret that Disney was utilizing technology developed for Polaris. In fact, the primary source that they used it at all was Walt himself, who explained in interviews that, quote, if the government hadn't done all the research, it would have cost us a fortune to develop the system. This made for a great headline, but the exact technology borrowed from the nuclear missiles was more practical than it was compelling. Most reports indicate that the technology that derived from Polaris was a 14-track tape system.
I love how much of a fuckhead this makes Walt Disney look. Like, I mean, I knew he was, but just hearing like constantly, just like Walt Disney then did the stupidest fucking shit. And it's like, oh my God, there are people like Elon forever. And like, I know people are going to be mad that I compared Disney to Elon, but I mean, like, he had some creativity to him. I guess that's unfair. Like, Elon cannot create. He just buys the rights to call himself a creator. It's why he likes AI shit, because he doesn't actually have to do shit. Anyway.
This nearly doubled the number of actions that could be used in a show. Finally, the system could handle the amount of programmable material that the Imagineers required. There was just one more feature needed to bring the animatronics, specifically Lincoln, to life. In order for the Lincoln animatronic to rise from his chair, hydraulics would be implemented into his frame. Hydraulics are mechanisms that use the pressure of fluid to achieve movements. This was the best option for heavy machinery, as unlike magnets or air pressure...
Do people not know what hydraulics are? I guess that has to be explained at some point. Same thing with solenoids. Like... Yeah, no, dying was not the thing that made Steve Jobs an asshole. He was an asshole before that. You're right. But, yeah.
Hydraulic fluid does not noticeably compress when force is applied.
Yeah.
Hydraulics would allow Lincoln to accomplish demanding tasks, such as standing up and lifting his arms. They also had another key advantage over solenoids and pneumatics. Hydraulics could perform continuous analog movements, while solenoid and pneumatic valves
Behind the
were only
Bastards really
capable of
is just
binary
like...
or digital movements. Hydraulic valves could
This
be
guy
made to
actually
stop at any
sucks,
point
did you
between
know?
its two extremes. This required a slight variation in the programming method. While the pneumatics and solenoids responded to the presence or absence of a tone, the hydraulics responded to a change in voltage. A resting position for each movement was determined, along with a corresponding resting voltage. When the voltage was increased, the mechanism would move in one direction in response. If the voltage stayed at that level, the mechanism would remain in that position. If the voltage was decreased, the mechanism would move in the opposite direction. The combination of these mechanisms, along with the complex programming method, made human animatronics feasible. Still, it was a daunting task to finish one. And while work continued on the Lincoln figure, the new programming system would be put to use in the Enchanted Tiki Room. Despite originally being designed as a dinner show, the Tiki Room had become so complicated and impressive that Walt felt it deserved to be its own attraction. The new show would feature 225 animated figures, including crooning birds, singing plants, and chanting totem poles. Even with hundreds of possible actions, the Imagineers still needed to get creative with the show's programming. The show's 4 hosts were given more actions and a wider range of movement than some of the background birds, and several characters shared programming with one another to save room on the tape. Of course, all of the complicated systems and delicate machinery were complete.
Wait, wouldn't that, like, why couldn't you have done that? Like, yeah, I mean, surely you can do all of them from the, or a majority of them, like, if they're singing a concert with each other, like, they're all going to be using the same mouth movement, right?
Completely hidden from guests, and when the attraction debuted at Disneyland in June of 1963, it was pure magic.
All the birds sing word and the flowers croon in the tiki 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 room.
The room came to life in a way that had never been seen before, and yet, this was only the beginning of what audio animatronics could achieve.
It might be a little uncanny. I think when in concert with a bunch of guys, I think it'll be fine.
Walt Disney gave a tour of the Disney studio to the president of the upcoming 1964 New York World's Fair, Robert Moses. Walt was planning on bringing multiple Disney attractions to the fair, and he and Moses had developed a professional relationship as the event approached. Wanting to impress Moses, Walt offered to give him a preview of a secret project. Not only was the Lincoln animatronic a secret to those outside of Walt Disney Productions, but it had become a secret within the organization as well.
Wow.
Conflicts had arisen between the electrical engineers and the
I am feeling better today, and I apologize for leaving yesterday.
Walt, who famously had little patience or respect for unions, had decided to move Lincoln to a secret room at the Disney studio in January of 1962.
Yeah, he wasn't fun
allowing
with
only his inner circle, namely Wathel Rogers, Jack Gladish, and Mark Davis, to continue work on the figure. As was customary with Walt's special guest drop-ins, the team was given little time to prepare Lincoln for the demonstration. When Moses entered the secret
he's a
room,
fuck-ass,
the
isn't he?
Imagineers, operating the animatronic live, had
Stop apologizing to your chat. I feel a responsibility to y'all. Maybe this is me being parasocial, but like I feel like that like we have a contract of an idea of how this is supposed to work. You guys show up assuming I make content. And if you like it, you'll stay, right? So like if I want you guys to stay, if I want you guys to come around, then I should stream. Getting all John Locke on us. Well, thank you. Like, for a lot of you, this is your relaxation time and your downtime. And I'm making an active decision to talk about politics less as a result of that. But also, just in general, I think it would be a good idea. It doesn't seem like it's something that really... honestly, a lot of it is just stupid culture war shit. And who gives a fuck? You know? Like, oh, Stellar Blade, Grums was upset about it. Who gives a shit about Grums? You know? Like, legitimately, why would we give a shit? So it's like, if no one gives a shit, then why would we watch a video on him? Why did I watch a video on him? Like, he's an example. There are other people that are like this, but like focusing on people like him and, you know, whoever. Like, oh, Elon Musk did such and such. Trump did such and such. Like, they suck for that. Don't get me wrong. They suck hard for that. But like, simultaneously, did it do anything good to you for me to bitch about it? Not really. Not really at all. And that's where I'm kind of at. It is a working relationship, but it is also a friendship. Yeah, it is awkward. I'm tired about hearing about him every stream. I'm tired of talking about him. You know? Like, I don't blame you. And it doesn't help. It didn't change shit. So that's why I'm going to stop talking about it as much. Not because I don't think it's important. I think that it is, but some of it would be better served if we just didn't. Grums is an example of that, less than Elon, but still. Don't be parasocial, chat. I'm not being parasocial with chat. Chat deserves better than that. Do you like the eyes being like this rather than circles? Like, I don't know as if I'm about this, like, design. It's too sharp? How do we make this design better for this guy? Like, I think it's his wiggles that are most appreciated here. You know? Stop with it. I don't even know what the fuck I did wrong. I'm not even sure what people would be mad about. I'm sorry to y'all. Okay. Maybe we can get your opinions on different topics, like a chat roulette. That's cool. I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Lincoln rise from his chair and reach out his arm. Moses shook hands with the 16th president in complete disbelief and declared, quote, "I won't open the fair without that exhibit." Walt informed him that the figure and the rest of the Hall of Presidents would not be ready in time, but Moses was insistent. The animatronic had to debut at the fair, and after some convincing, Walt agreed. Abraham Lincoln, 100 years after his death, was going to New York to deliver a speech. Moses had persuaded Walt to bring his Lincoln animatronic to the World's Fair, but convincing a sponsor
You can always
to fund
send
the
me
expensive
that,
exhibit would prove
Pig
to be more
Wrestler.
difficult. The One Nation Under
We
God
did do
show with its Hall of
Ask Rev
Presidents
Anything
would be far
segment
too
for a
expensive
while.
for any
That's
one
true.
sponsor, and the Imagineers were still struggling to get one president operating reliably, far from the 34 required for the attraction. Walt decided to scale the show down to showcase just the Lincoln animatronic, who would deliver an address directly to the audience. This caught the attention of the state of Illinois, the self-proclaimed Land of Lincoln, who were interested in sponsoring a state pavilion at the fair and potentially including the animatronic Lincoln as the main attraction. Illinois state officials were flown to California to view the figure, and like Moses, they were more than impressed. By August of 1963, a deal had been made. The state of Illinois allocated $1 million for their pavilion, with a significant
I think a
portion
majority
going to
of
the Lincoln
recent
figure.
presidents I could
Disney
beat in
had
a fight.
requested $600,000 to deliver and maintain
Old school
the
presidents
animatronics
actually
for the
had
2
some
seasons of the
hands.
fair. And after some questionable accounting assistance from Moses, the arrangement was finalized and announced to the public. This is when the protests began. Concerns over animating a real historical person had existed since the impetus of the project. While monuments and wax museums were common,
Wait, really?
and featured realistic three-dimensional depictions of historical figures, replicating and animating a dead person was another story. Some historians
yeah, it's a
believe
little
Walt
weird.
might have been inspired by an attraction at the 1933 Century of Progress Fair in Chicago, referred to as the Talking Presidents. This show featured figures of 6 U.S. presidents delivering pre-recorded speeches. These figures did have the ability to stand, but they likely had no animation beyond this. There's no proof that Walt saw this show, and the attraction was not widely reported on at the time. Therefore, the first time that the public would truly ponder the ethics of animating a historical figure would be with Walt's Lincoln animatronic, and the descent began within the Disney organization. Imagineer Harriet Burns initially believed, quote, "No, we can't do the presidents. They actually existed. If we make a mistake, everybody will know." Sculptor Blaine Gibson explained, quote, "My feeling was that we shouldn't be fooling with something that Americans considered to be historically sacred." When Walt showed the prototype to a minister, he was aghast, responding, quote, "It was all right for you to bring fairy tales to life and for you to create a human-like mouse, but to create a man, that's usurping the powers of a higher authority." These initial objections
my
were just the beginning
God!
of the flood of criticism the project would receive upon announcement. Newspapers in Illinois called the concept of a Lincoln robot grotesque. The Herald and Review deemed it, quote, "a cheap carnival trick that would demean the memory of Lincoln and degrade the Illinois exhibit." Walt and Moses traveled to Illinois to give a presentation on the project to the state legislature, in hopes of quelling the negative press. Walt explained at the meeting, quote, "I have more at stake in this than the state of Illinois. I am staking my reputation on this, my integrity. I am not a carnival operator." Walt's presentation helped ease some concerns, but it did not dispel all criticism. One person that attended the presentation argued that, quote, "It's almost as ghoulish as the idea to play a mock recording of the voices of the 4 presidents enshrined at Mount Rushmore." Another scoffed, quote, "The next thing they'll have Mouseketeers giving guided tours of the White House." Newspaper columnist David Feltz penned a scathing criticism of the figure's creation, writing, quote, "The very idea of a life-size figure of Lincoln, fashioned from fiberglass and plastic, animated and given a tape-recorded voice, is revolting even if the figure should be exhibited only in a wax museum on a carnival midway. But that such a macabre effigy is to be the central attraction of the Illinois exhibit should stir vigorous protest here in Lincoln country." Walt moved forward with the project despite the
I
pushback,
cannot
and he
believe
would
that
end up
they're
building
actually
3
upset about
additional
this
attractions
shit.
for the fair, each of which prominently featured audio animatronics. PepsiCo's UNICEF Pavilion would feature It's a Small World, a boat ride through scenes in which the children of the world sang in harmony. Most of the characters in the ride were simple mechanical figures animated using cams and levers, but a select few were programmed with magnetic tape and synchronized with the ride's music. Ford's Magic Skyway, a road trip through time, would feature mechanical cavemen and dinosaurs. Like It's a Small World, not all of the figures in the ride would be audio animatronics, but the few that were would add dimension and energy to their respective scenes. General Electric's Progress Land would feature the Disney attraction at the fair with the most audio animatronics, the Carousel of Progress. A direct evolution from Edison Square's Harnessing the Lightning show, the Carousel of Progress would follow a family experiencing the evolution
the day of tomorrow,
throughout
right?
the 20th century. The Imagineers designed and constructed 32 audio animatronic figures for the attraction. While all were controlled by the show's master tape, some figures were more simple than others. As with the original pitch for the attraction, these basic figures would only be seen for a short time, and the characters were designed to appear as if they were operating a household appliance.
Yeah.
Other animatronics in the show would be complex and would remain in view for several minutes. John, the father of the show's fictional family, had 30 unique programmable actions, and 4 versions of the character would appear throughout the attraction, one in each of the show's 4 acts. Recording the performance of the human animatronics turned out to be much more difficult than recording the Tiki Birds. There were 3 main methods the Imagineers used to record the animatronic performance onto the tape. The first was the joysticks. These were used mainly for the Tiki Birds, but they could be used for human animatronics as well. The downside to this method was the limited number of actions that the joystick could control, and the awkwardness of puppeteering a human with the handheld mechanism.
Yeah.
The second method
I
was
guess it's
controlling
like not
individual
that
actions
different
by
from
turning knobs or
nowadays.
adjusting sliders on a board.
And
This
AI
would eventually become the standard way
shit.
of programming Disney's animatronics, with custom control consoles designed to assist in the process. However, these consoles would not be created until after the fair
Yeah,
opened.
Tupac.
So the primary method for
Carrie
recording
Fisher.
human animatronics for the fair attractions would be the third option, the most interesting method. For the Carousel of Progress, John and other members of the family were programmed by the Imagineers, mainly Wathel Rogers, using a specially designed control harness. This device is commonly featured on Disney's television special covering the fair attractions, and Walt acknowledged its strange look to the audience.
Now this contraption here might look like something from outer space.
While many have speculated that this method was faked for television, Wathel Rogers and others have confirmed that it was real, functional, and apparently as painful as it appears.
Yeah, it looks
The
like it
benefits of the
hurts.
control harness were that multiple movements could be recorded at once, and that the programmer was performing similar body movements to the ones that they wanted the figure to replicate. The drawbacks, though, far outnumbered the benefits. The programmer's movements were not directly copied to the figure, with the harness not being sensitive enough to perfectly replicate the range of motion. As a result, the actor needed to exaggerate their movements to make up for this.
The operator of the control harness has to be a bit of a ham actor, as you can see.
Because the hydraulics position was determined by the tones, the programmer needed to start and finish their performance in the same position, or else it would cause a jump in the voltage, causing the figure to spasm. In order to get the exact performance, the programmer needed to be in the harness for several hours, rehearsing and recording
Jesus
the movements
Christ.
again and again until it was properly recorded onto the tape. All of the actions could not be recorded at once, so the scene had to be performed by the programmer several times, each take focusing on a different category of motion. A mouth harness was also created to capture jaw movements, in order to match the figure's mouth closer to the vocal performance. The Imagineers would spend hours and hours recording different aspects of the animatronic onto tape, before combining them all onto a submaster. Only after doing this would the Imagineers be able to see all of their work put together. Dozens of actions, such as the moving of limbs and the timing of the mouth, all recorded separately in isolation, needed to be synchronized to create a convincing illusion of life. If the timing of one or more of the actions was off, the Imagineers could adjust the timing of the tape. But if this was not enough to solve the issue, Rogers would have to put the harness back on. He recalled, quote, "I remember times when I was in that harness so long, with everything so tight and so tense that I'd come unglued. I don't think I've ever recovered from some of that stuff." While the recording process was tedious and uncomfortable, the result was mind-blowing. The Carousel of Progress's narrator was capable of speaking, blinking, turning his head, lifting his arms, and more. One thing he could not do was stand up, and he appeared seated in all 4 acts. John was the most complex audio animatronic that guests could view when the New York World's Fair opened on April 22, 1964. But that was only because one audio animatronic was not working. As the fair approached, the criticisms of the Lincoln animatronic continued to surround the upcoming attraction. Walt's response to the objections remained consistent. His defense was his dedication to an authentic portrayal of Lincoln, almost as though if he were somehow able to perfectly reanimate Lincoln in a way that was indistinguishable from the real human man.
Will Nice
there would be
Fashions
no
come
reason
back?
to
I
object to
don't
such
know
an
if they
endeavor.
will.
This did not stop
The,
journalists and the public from debating
I don't like
the
seeing
ethics of
people
the
talk shit
animatronic,
about me or
and
my
some
friends
questioned why the robotic
secret.
animation was necessary to the show at all. Even Blaine Gibson admitted that he initially believed that, quote, "it seemed like it was something that could be done much better by actors. I just didn't think we could do it in an acceptable way." Interpretations of Lincoln by live actors was commonplace, both in theater and in film and television. These performances were often praised and were viewed as respectful portrayals of the 16th president.
Okay.
So why did Walt not go this route for the Lincoln show? In hindsight, the suggestion feels preposterous. Walt and the Imagineers had spent 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars developing the animatronic. Of course, they wouldn't throw all that away and proceed with the Lincoln impersonator. But to the public that was hearing of the show for the first time, and that were not aware of all the work that had already been done, it was a valid question. Of all of the audio animatronic attractions created for the fair, the Lincoln show was the most questionable use of the technology. The cavemen in Ford's Magic Skyway and the dolls in It's a Small World were on simple loops, too tedious and repetitive for an actor to perform. Plus, these were cartoonish, stylized depictions of humans.
True.
Some Imagineers had suggested doing the same with Lincoln, hoping that if the animatronic
People
appeared more like a caricature,
yeah,
the public
people
would be less
misuse
critical of the
infections and
depiction.
nice fashions,
Walt rejected the
unfortunately.
idea, demanding, quote, "No, I want him to breathe. I want him to be alive." The Carousel of Progress featured realistic human figures, but the show required these characters to instantly transition between sets, costumes, and appearances. In this case, the omission of actors was understandable, as the technology was being used to accomplish something that actors could not. This was not the case with the Lincoln show. The show that would debut at the fair, titled Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, was simply Abraham Lincoln, alone, in a theater, delivering a speech. Why could this
Last
not
time that Abraham Lincoln showed up to a theater, like, it didn't go well. I'm just saying, did we check and make sure, like, what they were beefing about? Because that would be an issue for me. Like, I like the guy, but maybe we should stop putting him in theaters.
be an actor?
Not in like in a motorcade or anything either. Like, that seems to be another way you get shot in the back of the head.
Why was Walt doing this? Apart from a personal passion for the technology, one of the arguably benign reasons was also Walt's main defense: realism. No human actor, even with prosthetics and makeup, could have the build and facial structure of the real Abraham Lincoln. The Lincoln animatronic, on the other hand, was sculpted from an actual life mask, and his body and face could be constructed to look identical to the real president. However, it wasn't. The Imagineers learned quickly that real did not always appear accurate.
Yeah.
For instance, Gibson made subtle changes to the animatronic's face, specifically sculpting more pronounced cheekbones to better acclimate the figure to the public's collective memory of Lincoln's appearance.
Exactly.
Another example of this distortion was the figure's height. The real Lincoln was 6'4", which was considered very tall, both in Lincoln's era and in the early 1960s.
It still is.
And also today.
Yeah.
However, when the figure was initially constructed to be 6'4", a common complaint from those previewing the animatronic was that Lincoln did not appear tall. The Imagineers decided to alter the figure's height to 6'7", distancing the animatronic from Lincoln's actual stature, but bringing him closer to the public's understanding that Lincoln was exceptionally tall. A similar liberty was taken with Lincoln's voice. For many decades, the public had assumed that Lincoln, known for his famous orations, had a deep and strong voice. By this point in the early 1960s, this misconception had been well corrected, and it was then common knowledge in academic circles that Lincoln had a high-pitched, shrill, bordering on unpleasant speaking.
No way! That is fucking wild. 407 years ago, I want to get all these black people into a much safer, better world. All right, guys, let's go.
Voice. Despite this,
I
Walt
didn't know
decided to
that
go-
until now. Well, who the fuck? I think I assumed it'd be like 407 years ago. Like, you expect it to be this big old, because he's a big man. Can you do a Lincoln impersonation? I just did, apparently. It called his voice reedy. Imagine you see this 6'4" fucking giant who is known for beating the shit out of everyone, right? Like, he was fucking wild with it. Like, he was, like, he would wrestle anyone. He was a accomplished wrestler, right? That is some Mike Tyson shit. There's a recording of Abraham Lincoln? Holy shit. Not his, I mean, yeah, no one's got a picture of his.
I am Abraham Lincoln, and I want to put my dick in your mouth, and I want to put my balls in your jaw and liberate my sperm cells.
Real.
One of the things that made Lincoln unique was his distinctive voice. Despite his deep voice, Lincoln was not a particular and soothing. Recording technology, there are no recordings of Lincoln's voice.
Fuck!
And all accounts of his speaking voice are based on the recollections.
And we have to have some stupid AI tell me that shit.
With actor Royal Dano, who gave a deep and somber performance. During the recording session, Walt over-directed Dano, forcing him to do countless takes until an authentic exhaustion came through in the vocal performance. These are just a few instances in which Walt and the Imagineers were more concerned with building a figure that was accurate to the public's expectations of Lincoln, rather than designing one that was identical to the real human being. Even if the animatronic could achieve a closer resemblance to the president, a human actor could behave more like the real Lincoln, as the real Lincoln was a human being. As impressive as the animatronic technology was becoming, it was nowhere near achieving the subtlety and range of motion of a real human.
Sure.
Walt's incessant requests for additional mannerisms did not let up, and he would often come into the studio with a new facial expression that he wanted Lincoln to mimic. As a result, Wathel Rogers had to put.
Do you ever
so many
talk in streamer
mechanisms in
words or think in online words while outside? So first off, I don't do that. The outside bit. Like, that's not a thing I'm aware of. But I generally avoid talking about my work when I'm out. I don't do the chat, is this real? I do that when I'm actually addressing chat, but like, I don't refer to you guys when you're not around. In that is how normal humans act. I don't do Pog either. Sorry, I'm blinding this.
head that he had to ask Blaine Gibson to sculpt a bump into Lincoln's skull, which would be carefully hidden by the animatronic's wig. The extra machinery allowed Lincoln to have 17
I'm
different
sorry,
facial
what? A
expressions.
bump?
Common complaint from those previewing the animatronic was that Lincoln did not appear tall. The Imagineers decided to alter the figure's height to 6'7". For additional mannerisms did not let up, and he would often come into the studio with a new facial expression that he wanted Lincoln to mimic. As a result, Wathel Rogers had to put so many mechanisms in the head that he had to ask Blaine Gibson to sculpt a bump into Lincoln's skull, which would be carefully hidden by the animatronic's wig. The extra machinery allowed Lincoln to have 17 different facial expressions, but unsurprisingly, it was still limited compared to an actual human's face. So if it wasn't realism, what was the benefit of using the animatronic in Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln? The most obvious is that the technology was the star of the exhibit.
I remember when I was like going to a therapist, I do remember using the term, let's speed run through this bit. And she was like, what? And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then as soon as I explained it, she was like, no, this actually sounds important. We shouldn't speed run through this. I'm like, fine. And it was. I'm trying to think of other times that I've done similar shit, but generally speaking, my reference points on life are from life and not totally the internet. But speedrun was like a pretty straightforward one for that.
Simply having an actor pretend to be Abraham Lincoln was not nearly as compelling as seeing a state-of-the-art robot pretend to be Abraham Lincoln. Walt sometimes claimed that the fact that it was such a unique experience would motivate audiences to listen closer to Lincoln's words than if they were being delivered by an actor. But this was not the only explanation he would give. In private, Walt acknowledged that he had some ulterior motives to the animatronics technology, but it is difficult to tell how serious these statements were. Jack Gladish remembers Walt admitting, quote, "I'm tired of finicky actors. I want to develop a fully animated, articulated human being to use in place of motion picture actors and actresses." Disney artist Frank Thomas believed that Walt's resentment toward his animators might have played a part in the animatronics development, recalling, quote,
"Oh my
"We
God,
always
he
felt
was
that
doing
never
this for
really knew how
AI
to animate it,
reasons."
and he resented this to a certain extent. He always kidded about it. He'd tease us and needle us about, 'I'm gonna figure out a way to replace you guys,' particularly if he got his animated figure starting to work. He'd say, 'I'm going to teach them to animate, the first thing I'm gonna teach them to do.' With all this kidding constantly, you knew there had to be something in the back of his mind that was bugging him. On one occasion, Walt argued that the animatronics were necessary for the logistics of a theme park attraction, explaining, quote, "You can't have human beings working 3 or 4 shifts. We can't afford to pay them, or they'll make mistakes, or somebody won't show up. We've got to figure out a way to have automated shows." Again, this reasoning, while true for the other Disney attractions at the fair, did not necessarily apply to Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. The format of the show would have required an actor to speak for around 5 minutes, with around a 10-minute break in between. It would be highly unlikely that using multiple actors, even with makeup artists and wardrobe assistants, would have been more expensive than the animatronic, which cost between $500,000 and $1 million to build. Adjusted for inflation, that's $5 to $10 million today. And as far as a human actor not showing up for work, the animatronic was far less reliable, as evidenced by the fact that the Lincoln animatronic was not functioning when the fair opened. Realism, cost, and reliability might have all been pretext to obscure the true benefit of the animatronic technology in the eyes of Walt. His frustration that actors make mistakes and that they are finicky is evidence of his well-documented perfectionism and desire for control. The animatronic technology allowed him to literally dial in the exact performance he wanted. The mannerisms, the expressions, the timing could all be determined. There was no performer to interpret, to adjust, to adapt. Walt didn't need an actor to bring Lincoln to life through their craft. Walt could bring Lincoln to life, perfectly, every time, like a machine. Actually, a machine. There is one more theory as to why Walt decided to carry the torch of humanity's age-old search for mechanical life. Not for money, or power, or even control, but for no discernible reason at all. What if Walt was not aware of his own motivations? What if it was simply something inside of him? The same thing that had driven automaton makers to experiment with the craft for thousands of years.
No, I think it was probably the fuck
drive,
unions thing.
Ego, something deep inside, not just Walt, but humanity itself. There is some credence to this theory. When National Geographic reporter Robert DeRoos visited to view the progress on Lincoln, he asked Walt, quote, "Is anyone else doing this kind of thing?" To which Walt responded, quote, "I don't know anyone crazy enough." When New York's Parks Commissioner Newbold Morris asked Walt why he was doing this, Walt responded, quote, "Because I can't stop."
That's real, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of why I do shit.
On April 16th, 1964, Lincoln passed his final testing in
Yeah, he was innovating, but he was innovating the things he needed to exist, which is what invention creators do. They create things that they need or want or think would sell. And what he's thinking that he needs is animators that don't have unions. Like, again, there's a reason that animation has gone from 2D to 3D, and it's because 2D animators have unions and 3D animators don't as well. That's why they're more expensive, is because they get paid the actual amount they ought to be paid.
California, and was shipped to New York City. The Imagineers then rushed to configure the show in the Illinois Pavilion. Lincoln was scheduled to deliver his first speech on April 20th at a preview for dignitaries and special guests of the fair. However, when Lincoln was installed and the Imagineers began testing, he did not work. The figure would go into fits, flailing his arms, freezing, and on at least one occasion, overshooting his chair and smashing it to pieces. There are several theories as to what the exact issue was. The most common story is that the power supply at the fair was different than the one that the Imagineers used when programming Lincoln in California. The fair's power supply was unreliable and experienced constant fluctuations.
I mean,
According
it
to John
would.
Hess,
That's convention
these surges
shit.
would change the electrical signals and cause Lincoln to go into spasms.
Right.
The Imagineers pulled 20-hour days in an attempt to get the figure to
20-hour days. Yeah.
work in time for the preview, to no avail. When the day came, a full room of special guests were already seated to watch the show when Walt was informed by his team that Lincoln could not perform. Walt walked out onto the stage and delivered the bad news to the audience. The 1964 New York World's Fair opened without great moments with Mr. Lincoln, and the Imagineers scrambled to get the attraction operating as soon as possible. Walt and the team refused to debut the figure before it was fully ready, knowing that if the animatronic were to malfunction, this would only add fuel to the controversy surrounding it. With this in mind, the Imagineers developed clever solutions around the figure's unpredictability. Originally, the resting position of Lincoln was seated, and when a malfunction occurred or an input signal was lost, the figure would quickly return to its seated position. This often resulted in Lincoln slamming into his chair, causing an abrupt and unsightly end to the show. The solution was to
Imagine him just sitting there talking and then he's just like, must sit! And then he just obliterates the chair. He just slams his fat fucking ass down and destroys it. I love that. I fucking love that shit.
change the figure's resting position to be upright, so that when something went wrong, Lincoln simply remained standing. This way, the show could be stopped, with Lincoln retaining his dignity and saving the cost of another replacement chair. Additional safeguards were added to the attraction, such as CCTVs so that the operations could watch the show and quickly shut it down if a malfunction occurred. After over a week of long, stressful recalibration sessions with the figure, the Imagineers were able to get the animatronic to perform correctly. Mark Davis recalled, quote, "Mr. Lincoln went through his performance, and God, not one glitch. We wanted to hug him. The only thing was, you couldn't go up and hug a big piece of machinery like that because it could kill you. This thing had 500 pounds of hydraulic pressure. It could kill you. Sometimes you worked on it and forgot that it wasn't a human being. This thing could floor you." Of course, this certainly never stopped Walt from messing around with the animatronics. In fact, it's somewhat of a miracle that he didn't get his hand ripped off by one of these things. Perhaps they knew better than to mess with him. 2 weeks after the fair opened, on May 2nd, 1964, Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln officially debuted, and audiences were finally able to witness the reanimation of the 16th President of the United States.
The world has never had a good definition of the word liberty.
Even before its first performance, the attraction had already been deemed the most controversial exhibit at the fair, but many skeptics left the show impressed. The Imagineers programmed Lincoln to behave in a very subtle, dignified manner. Selective dynamic lighting assisted in the illusion, highlighting the most impressive aspects of the figure while hiding many of its defects. The script that Alger and Walt had landed on also received praise. The speech was not the Gettysburg Address, which the two felt was too predictable. Rather, a script had been written that incorporated excerpts from several of Lincoln's addresses. When initial reviews were published, the voice performance by actor Royal Dano received more criticism than the animatronic figure. Although some reviewers believe Dano achieved Lincoln's high-pitched, nasally voice better than other impersonators had. While the press
That's
was
not
warming
that
up to
high
the
pitch,
animatronic
man.
Lincoln, the general response from the public was disbelief. Some people that were unaware of the premise of the attraction simply assumed that the machine was a real person. Imagineer Gordon Williams recalled people in the lobby after the show speculating, quote, "I bet that guy gets tired after doing that all day," and, quote, "They must have more than one actor, and they take turns." Some were so convinced by the illusion that they misremembered Lincoln doing something that the figure could not have possibly done, such as one reporter who claimed that the animatronic had the ability to walk forward. Some even believed that Walt Disney was lying, and that Lincoln was a human actor pretending to be a robot. A few guests went as far as to throw things at the figure to see if it would flinch, but most were simply spellbound. It was common for audience members to become emotional, as if they were really seeing the 16th president in person. Abraham Lincoln's great-grandson, Robert Todd Lincoln Beckwith, attended
Shot the
attraction,
guy.
reportedly watching the show 3 consecutive times, crying during each viewing. Science fiction author Ray Bradbury would praise the animatronic, writing, quote, "In such an age, it would be foolhardy to ignore the one man who is building human qualities into robots. Robots whose influence will be ricocheting off social and political institutions 10,000 afternoons from today." Disney has set the history of humanized robots on its way toward wider, more fantastic excursions into the needs of civilization. While the general consensus was that the Lincoln figure was impressive and respectful, it would be inaccurate to claim that all criticism vanished. Journalist Mike McGrady wrote, quote, "What it is, it's a thing. It's a thing that looks and acts precisely as Abraham Lincoln would have looked and acted if he'd only been a robot." The face, stretched over a rigid plastic base, reflected all the subtle emotional variations of a drowsy goldfish. In his review, McGrady claims that the audience he sat with was unimpressed, with one patron saying, quote, "It was disconcerting. He didn't seem to know what he was saying," with another adding, quote, "Certainly it's sick, 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 but it's also fascinating. With just a few refinements, Disney can make human beings obsolete." One editorial writer, Ralph H. Johnson, wrote that the Lincoln figure was, quote, "dignified but seemingly arthritic," questioning, quote, "Why could not a real-life actor have spoken the lines?" The answer, of course, is that the exhibit would have been a flop. Its success depends upon its appeal as a freak show. Try as the inventor might, cold death will not surrender Mr. Lincoln. Novelist John Gardner argued what made the, quote, "obviously dead figure horrible was the ghastly suggestion, which had never occurred to Disney and his people, that all religion and patriotism are a sham and a delusion, an affair for monstrous automatons." In Richard Schnickel's derisive book, The Disney Version, he claimed, quote, "Disney, caught in the grip of his technical mania and protected by his awesome innocence about aesthetic and philosophical matters, had brought forth a monster of wretched taste. Are we really supposed to revere this ridiculous contraption, this weird agglomeration of wires and plastic? Here is the dehumanization of art in its final extremity." Criticisms of Lincoln.
This is actually really wild. Found a real recording of Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln's voice in 1856.
Good.
Robotic resurrection persisted, but overall, the public was more excited about the possibilities of animatronics than they were concerned with their moral implications. Thus, the age of audio animatronics had begun, and the world was quickly populated with a new breed of mechanical life. After the first season of the fair, the Lincoln animatronic was moved to Disneyland, where it would perform in the Opera House on Main Street. A new and improved figure was built for the fair's second season, and by the summer of 1965, Walt had 2 Lincoln animatronics performing simultaneously, one on each coast. After the fair concluded, the Carousel of Progress and It's a Small World would be moved to Disneyland, and Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln became a permanent fixture of the park. Toward the end of 1965, Walt had diverted much of his attention to his plans for a city of the future, his experimental prototype, Community of Tomorrow. But when he was developing ideas for Disneyland, animatronics were a core element of the new attractions. Several concepts that had been in the works for years, such as a tour of a haunted house or an encounter with a rogues gallery of pirates, evolved into expansive immersive rides, in which guests would be flanked by dozens of audio animatronic characters. In preparation for the attractions, a new system to program
That looks a
the
lot better, I
animatronics was
think.
developed. This was in part to find a balance between the simple looped mechanical figures, such as the ones on the Jungle Cruise, and the complex audio animatronics that were developed for the fair. Both Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would be continuously moving rides, with guests passing through show scenes in boats and Omni-Mover vehicles. This meant that, like the Fantasyland dark rides and the Jungle Cruise, guests would only be able to see each scene for a short time before their vehicle moved on to the next part of the attraction. The magnetic tape was well suited for programming audio animatronic stage shows, because it allowed for a long program of movement that could be wound
That
onto
looks a lot
reel.
better than it
This
did.
meant that a show could have minutes worth of programmed animatronic information and their accompanying audio tracks easily played back. But it also required the reel to be rewound before being able to play again. This was not an issue for Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, as there was a break in between shows when the theater would empty and the next group would enter. During this time, the reel could be rewound and ready to play for the new audience. For Carousel Progress, each of the 6 theaters, Load, the 4 main acts, and Exit, would all share the show's master
Visibility.
tape, and each scene needed to repeat immediately after the theater rotated. To solve this, a 2-phase system was created for the show, so that while one tape was playing, the other was
I guess
rewinding.
it's 0? What's the
Apart from this
bridge at?
workaround already being complicated, this
1?
master tape system was not ideal for the new animatronic rides. For one, Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would have far more animatronics than the Carousel of Progress. Pirates would end up having 119 total figures, 64 of which were humans. The Imagineers had already found it difficult to fit the programming information for the 32 Carousel of Progress animatronics onto a
That
single
looks a lot
tape.
better.
So
Now I'm actually
information
standing
storage
behind the
alone
thing,
motivated the
and so is
creation
she.
of the new system. Additionally, every new animatronic needed to be programmed, and the methods used for the fair were uncomfortable and not always reliable. Finally, the new rides would feature a completely different audio setup than the stage shows. With great moments with Mr. Lincoln and the Carousel of Progress, the audio was coming from one direction, so each character did not need to have its own audio track. It's a Small World sent guests through rooms in which they were surrounded by sound, but the audio was uniform throughout each room. With the new rides, the Imagineers wanted many of the characters to have unique dialogue, with the sound emitting from near the character's location, as if the guests were really surrounded by pirates and ghosts. For all of these reasons, a new method of programming was developed. The new system would be inspired by the camshafts used by the automatons of the past. But
I
with
mean,
a
that's pretty
space-age
good.
twist.
I like
The
that.
Imagineers would use large aluminum discs, which would be slowly rotated so that the edge of the disc would pass between a light and a photodetector. The photodetector was capable of producing an electrical current when it received photons from
Oh,
the light.
wow,
The disc
okay.
would block the light so that no photons reached the photodetector. The animators then manually cut ridges into the disc, allowing the light to pass through whenever they wanted a mechanism to be activated on
Oh,
the figure.
God.
This system could also control analog mechanisms that needed voltage regulation. In the magnetic tape system, this was controlled by the amplitude of the sound wave, but in the photodetector, the varied voltage would be determined by the amount of light that could reach the photodetector.
Oh my
Therefore,
God,
the two
Jesus
extremes of
fuck,
a
that's what they
mechanism would be
did?
when the photodetector was fully exposed and when the light was completely blocked. If the animator wanted the mechanism to stop somewhere in between, they would cut the disc so that the light was only partially blocked. This also allowed for some control over the speed of the movement, because the animator could allow the light to be quickly exposed or blocked, or be more slowly exposed or blocked, depending on how the disc was cut. In this system, each disc controlled only one body action, so cabinets that could hold the discs in a vertical arrangement were created. These cabinets had enough room to stack 28 discs, and they would turn at a constant rate so that one full rotation would occur every 60 seconds. This would be a long enough program that guests passing by the scenes could not detect the loop, but not so long that time and space were being wasted. The final element was synchronizing the sound with each figure's motions, and synchronizing each figure with one another.
I'm not
The
sure why
magnetic
it's
tape
doing
system
that.
had synchronization built in. One track would be audio, and the other tracks would be the programming information. With the cam rack system, the Imagineers needed a way for sound to be played in a loop, synchronized with the spinning discs. Luckily, Disneyland had already been using loopable magnetic tapes since it opened for sound effects and ambient music. These repeater mechanisms sent the tape through a long path before repeating, so all that the Imagineers needed to do was install one of these repeaters that was calibrated for 60-second loops to match the rotation of the programmable discs. The finale of both attractions would feature 2 ensemble musical performances, sung by the animatronics. The 2 theme songs, Yo-Ho, A Pirate's Life for Me, and Grim Grinning Ghosts, would be written so that the music and lyrics lasted exactly 60 seconds, so that they could be perfectly looped along with the spinning discs. Different animatronics would sing different parts in unique voices, so that when the ride vehicles pass through the scene, the guests perceive the song as changing and evolving, when in reality, all of the animatronics were on a 60-second loop. The
That's
guest
pretty
was merely
cool,
moving
actually. I
past
like it.
voices and instruments that they had already heard and closer to ones that they had yet to hear. To avoid all of the different characters becoming unsynced, a signal was sent when each cabinet finished a rotation, and the next rotation would not begin until all of the cabinets had returned to the start of their loop. This would sometimes
This is
result in a small
wild,
moment
man.
of
Thank you,
silence
Anon,
between
for the
audio loops, but
gift
this was
sub.
typically not detectable by guests.
And Autocidal,
The
thank
new
you for the
cam
5
decks
gift
had many
subs. I'm sorry I
advantages
missed
for
that
the
earlier.
Imagineers that resulted in a unique guest experience. However, there were several obvious downsides to the new method. The cam cabinets were huge and required significant storage space. With the magnetic tape, 10 actions could be stored on a single track, but with the cam decks, 10 actions required 10 aluminum discs. The cutting of the discs was also an annoying process.
Yeah.
Not as painful as the control harness, but not as simple as pushing a button. The aluminum discs themselves would also wear out, requiring maintenance that often could only be carried out by WED and not the park's operations team. The cam deck method was another serviceable but imperfect method of controlling
This is not the right
animatronic
color
figures.
brown for the little bear
Predictably,
guy.
it would not last for long. In late 1966, Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer. In November of that year, Walt underwent surgery, and a portion of his left lung was removed. On the day he was discharged, he visited WED in Glendale to view the progress that his Imagineers were making on the numerous projects in development. Outside of the work being
Use
done
some
on
on a
Epcot,
lung tissue
many
to
of
make
these updates
Abraham
involved
Lincoln
progress
sound
on new
right.
audio animatronic figures. Mark Davis, who is now leading the creative development on Pirates of the Caribbean, showed Walt the Imagineer's most impressive animatronic figure to date, a pirate auctioneer. Davis lamented that the figure's sophistication would not be appreciated, as the boats would float by the scene so quickly that guests would not have a chance to appreciate the subtlety and complexity of the character's movements. Walt reassured Davis, explaining, quote, "We get so much repeat business here, that means each time we come down, we'll see something we haven't seen before." The Imagineers were also working on a renovation to Disneyland's Tomorrowland area, including plussing the Rocket to the Moon simulator. The attraction would be given an impressive pre-show, hosted by an animatronic flight director. Finally, Walt had been considering plans for a ski resort in Mineral King, California. Davis had been tasked with creating an animatronic show for guests of the resort's lodge. The concept was that a group of bears had formed a musical band and were putting on a revue for guests. Walt loved Davis's concept for the show, laughing at the drawings during his visit to WED. After Walt had been briefed on all of the projects, he asked to be taken home. On his way out, Walt turned to Davis and said, "Goodbye, Mark." This was Walt Disney's last time at WED. He passed away 3 weeks later.
Wow.
Immediately following Walt's death, rumors began to circulate that Walt had been cryogenically frozen, to be thawed out at a later date when his illness could be cured. One tabloid journalist claimed to have snuck into
I
the
forgot
hospital
about that.
room where Walt was supposed to be on his deathbed, only to find him floating, frozen in a metal tube. Other sources claim that Walt had asked to be frozen, but the request was ultimately denied.
I'd believe
As
that.
the rumor spread, first throughout Hollywood and then around the world, urban legends were spawned. Some claim that it was only Walt's head that was preserved. Others claim that the freezing chamber is located under the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction, that opened just 4 months after his death. The rumor had become so prevalent, such a staple of American pop culture, that reportedly, in 1983, soon-to-be Disney CEO Michael Eisner asked Walt's daughter Diane Disney Miller at a dinner, quote, "Is he," before Diane interrupted him, saying, quote, "I know what you're going to ask, and no, Dad isn't frozen." There is little evidence that Walt was aware of cryogenics, and no evidence that he had requested it.
I would totally fucking believe that he thought it was a thing and he wanted it done, but then after he died, he no longer had the ability to force people to do what he wanted, and it just didn't work out. I could totally see him trying to do it. I don't believe that he was cryogenically frozen. I think that anyone who's ever put meat in the freezer has probably run into the instant issue that you get there, that you just burn the shit out of it with freezer burn, and there's nothing left. So, like, I don't really know why people think that this technology works, but okay. I mean, I can get a whole bunch of characters out of one character drawn like this. Where's the red at? Is that our reds right there? So more red, less red. I think somewhere in like this range is probably okay. Would you be cryogenically frozen? No. No. That shit's a scam. I looked into it because who doesn't want to be immortal? You know?
In reality, Walt was cremated, and his ashes were placed in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. The story that Walt had been frozen was merely tabloid gossip.
Is it a scam? It just doesn't work. Like, there's been a really good video about people who have been cryogenically frozen by Atrocity Guide. I mean, like, it... Wouldn't you have heard about someone, aside from, like, you know, Disney? Did you blow the Van Dyne damn elusive tar? Oh, no, not yet. No, I did try and kill him, but I didn't get to kill him. The company's run out of money and they can't keep the bodies frozen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, there are bodies that are frozen, but, like, you're at the company has to be around when the technology for bringing you back from being dead is invented. So, like, before you actually give them any money, you need to figure out what their, like, 300-year financial plan is. Because if they don't have one, then you're gonna have to need to be de-thawed before 300 years. So 150? Do they have a plan for that? 100 years? 10? 5? 2? 1? Tomorrow?
That someone whose products were so seemingly innocent and whose persona was so wholesome had undergone such an eerie and grim treatment was amusing to the masses. But there was also something specifically about Walt attempting to use experimental science to escape his own death that was believable. After all, he was a well-known futurist. Walt had speculated on space travel, built monorails and people movers, and designed and almost constructed a city of the future. Though it may have been the development of audio animatronics that had propelled these rumors most of all. In the minds of the public, Walt had been placed among those who toyed with the idea of life itself. Certainly, if Walt could use technology to bring Abraham Lincoln back to deliver a speech in the year 1964, Walt could use technology to cheat death himself.
Yeah, why
But
not,
this wasn't the
actually?
case.
Fair
His
enough.
fragile, mortal body had failed, and then it was turned to ash. Walt was dead, gone forever from this mortal plane. And the bitter irony was that the only resurrection available to him now was the very one that he had developed. In the years following Walt's death, his brother Roy and the rest of Walt Disney Productions carried on with his Florida project.
We
delaying
didn't like the
development
way
on
it
Walt City of the
animated, though,
Future
right?
and focusing on building a new theme park. Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom was conceptually identical to Disneyland, with the most obvious difference between the two being Magic Kingdom's larger scale. Like Disneyland, the new park would have its own Main Street, Castle, Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. Several attractions were cloned for the park as well, with only minor changes differentiating the Magic Kingdom version from the Disneyland original. With all of the duplication, Disney was motivated to create a few standout experiences that were exclusive to Walt Disney World. In these cases,
I love this new
the
little guy.
Imagineers
This
relied on
one?
concepts that Walt had proposed
Like,
but never built. And the three
This
attractions
design's a
chosen
little
would all
too
be
good to
audio
get rid of, I
animatronic
feel
stage
like.
shows.
I
The
tried to
Country
make a
Bear
different
Jamboree,
version of her,
originally
and I
pitched
just
as the
don't feel
Mineral
like
King
it
Ski
does the
Lodge.
same job. It's not got the same energy, you know? Here. The frog, right? Like, that's not the same energy. That's a very different energy than this. You know? Which one is the queen? This one is called Queen. She is not actually a queen. She just is called Queen. Do you have a recommendation for another anime? I like Dan to Dan, but there's a couple episodes that are kind of rough. Like emotional damage. Queen is gonna be neurotic but well-meaning.
Would perform for guests in the park's Frontierland. The Mickey Mouse Revue, a performance by characters from across the Disney canon, was another animatronic show that Walt had considered. The show would be placed in the park's Fantasyland. The third animatronic show would perform in the Magic Kingdom's only unique themed area. Liberty Square was an evolution of Disneyland's never-built Liberty Street, complete with its signature attraction.
Do you know
the Hall of
Sayonara
Presidents. Walt's
Zenbetsu
ambitious dream of
Sensei?
having 33
I don't think so,
presidents
no.
share a stage had finally been realized, with 3 bonus presidents, as 3 more people had held the office since the idea was conceived. The star of the show would be another impressive Abraham Lincoln figure,
Cool.
with more limited animation being given to the rest of the presidents.
Yeah, I mean, you
This
just
was
need
Disney's
Taft
first
kind of
time
looking
creating
around.
animatronics that directly mimicked real living persons. Harry S. Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson were still alive at the time of the attraction's debut. And the
Cool.
sitting president, Richard Nixon, was also sculpted, animated, and included among the representations of all the presidents that had preceded him. If there had ever been a true debate over whether or not Disney should make robots of dead people, the pro-robots of dead people camp won handedly. Not only were 33 of the 36 figures depicting people that had passed away, but the attraction featured animatronics of John F. Kennedy, whose assassination had occurred less than a decade prior, and of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had died just 2 years prior to the show's opening. But as with so many things in human history, there's only a brief window of time to prevent something that is new from becoming something that has always been. The Abraham Lincoln animatronic had normalized the process of mechanical resurrection,
Sure.
at least in the minds of the American public. Despite initially being labeled as a sideshow, Walt and the Imagineers had turned Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln into a program that was seen by many as a respectful tribute. Sure, there were passionate and compelling critiques at the time of its debut, but the overall consensus was positive. So much so that when the Hall of Presidents opened, there was no great debate, no significant pushback or scathing critiques, because it was nothing new. Of course, Walt, the Imagineers, the Disney company,
I need to figure out a new task for myself while I'm working and while we're watching shit. I think that I should make I want to do something game related. I can do more of the background area. This entire background needs to be done. Maybe I just keep working on the background and foreground shit. Spin around in your chair real fast. Okay, so the problem with that is I've got headphones on and they're wired to the computer in front of me. So when I start spinning, it just wraps around me and then I immediately get choked out.
sculpt and animate a dead person. They always have. Has it not always been this way?
I
It
like
should
how
not
he
come as
talked
a
about
surprise that
AI
the elaborate animatronic
insistently.
stage shows of the Magic Kingdom would only be possible thanks to a new programming method. All of the work and innovation that had been done to create the magnetic tape system and the cam rack system would be made obsolete by this new method, a method that would enable people all around the world to build and program animatronics, a method that is still being used today and might owe its origin, in part, to the early age of automata. In 1819, Wolfgang von Kempelen's chess player was on tour, challenging chess masters and dignitaries to games in front of live audiences. While the Turk's secret would not be revealed for several decades, the machine was not without its skeptics. One spectator, English mathematician and philosopher Charles Babbage,
I need to
was
fix
impressed
that.
with the Turk as a trick, but was unconvinced of its touted ability to reason.
It'd be a
However,
good way to
the
celebrate the
spectacle
partner
reported-
anniversary. What? To spin and choke myself out? I think I'm going to duplicate this layer and fix it. So I'm just going to get rid of this one. It would be memorable, yeah.
Inspired Babbage to dream of a machine capable of such logical skills. In 1822, Babbage designed a device he referred to as the difference engine, a calculating machine credited as the precursor to the modern computer. The computer would not just be the new way to program animatronics, it would be the key to unlocking the next phase of mechanical life, a living machine that appeared not just to move like a human, but to sense like one, to respond like one, to think like one. There's something inside of us, and we let it out.
That was pretty good. He talked about AI the entire time without saying AI once, which is very masterful. It does make you feel like a bit of a Luddite, but also like still, I think that some of the things they were saying back in the day were true. Like, hey, this is fucking with. Yeah, I think that it's fair to wax poetic about this shit. Another banger video from Defunct Land, doing the research on shit that no one would bother to if not for him. I love that he does so much shit about Disney and isn't, as far as I could tell, a Disney fanboy. You've seen the video of the streamer putting a knife in a toaster and shitting himself, right? Yeah, no, I have seen that. If I recall correctly, the guy faked it. Oh, that's me. Oh, Chargeman Kin. I'm watching YouTube. As far as it'll let me watch it, I haven't seen anyone in YouTube say anything in a bit. Can I get a reality? Can I check and see if YouTube's alive? Chargeman Kin is banger, man. I fucking love this show. It's so shit. YouTube checked. Thank you, Deathmaster. Actually, we don't need to erase any of this. What do you mean? I asked you about Zimbitsu Sensei. I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean like, yeah, I was just checking and see if you guys were still like alive. Oh, straight up Godzilla, I guess. Oh no! Oh my god! The blood though!
僕はアイスクリームとピーナッツとキャンディーとそして何にしようかなあどうもすいませんでした
お菓子好きかい
大好きさ
おやも大好きでギス
Little weird mascot character.
あなたがボルガ博士ですね君たちは来てくださいあ行こうよケンボーもう映画が始まっちゃうよ
バリカン先に行ってて
話せ。何をする。
Convenient that he was drugged.
次に東京湾上に建設している海上工業都市の設計者である西ドイツのボルガ博士。
Convenient they waited until he was around the corner to like get tagged by it.
日本を代表する学者十数名を招いて宇宙局大ホールでレセプションを開くことになりました。
I have no idea. Godzilla's in Fortnite because Skibbity Toilet's in Fortnite. That's real, by the way. Yeah, I remember when that happened.
なんだか顔色が変よ。
Yeah, Skibbity Toilet is coming. It's a backpack thing. You can also get some of the other fellas from Skibbity. That's not Roll, don't worry about it. She actually predates Roll, which is a little bit weird. That if anything's ripping off anything, it's Mega Man ripping off Action Man Ken or whatever.
皆さん、そこにいるボルガ博士は偽物です。
まさかんなまさかんなバカ。ケン君何を言うのだ。
吉田博士、僕は見ました。本物のボルガ博士がどこかに連れ去られるの。
This is like the episode of Charge Man Ken.
鏡に映っている。奴らは鏡に映らないはずだ。すると、そんなバカな。
あんまり皆さんを驚かすものじゃないな、坊や。ケン君、今日は帰りなさい。
I will say the fact that the aliens don't show up in mirrors is only established in this scene, and later on it doesn't matter. Because this show does not give a single fuck. Like, they were just shitting this product out as fast as they could. Aren't they licensed? I have no idea how that works. You know? That's a great question. That's a great question that I don't know the answer to. Trying to make these two houses have the same perspective, and I'm not sure if I've achieved that yet or not. They are slightly off. This needs to go even higher up. I guess I can just do the old school thing of like this has such a weird, they didn't care about the show and frequently would just leave to go to the beach. I mean, fucking mood, honestly. I don't care about this show. I'd rather go to the beach. This is the super hearing he only has in this episode. Yeah, this has like some weird perspective shit of its own going on. It's assumed to be more along these lines, I think, which means that there's a connection point. Hold on, we gotta see this thing full screen. Like this scene is fucking wild. Rev, no? Oh, I'm aware of ghost stories. Yeah, we're not watching that. Am I gonna get copyright claimed if I do this bit? Probably. All right. We go to mini version again. I apologize, chat. You deserve better than this screen region, but it's the screen region you'll get.
弾を仕掛けられて、今のあなたは人間ロボットなんだ。
There's a bomb planted into your head.
ボルガ博士。
Voga. Dr. Voga, please forgive me. I fucking love this show. Absolute insanity.
かわいそうなボルガ博士。でもこうして海上工業都市は立派に出来上がりました。
きっと空の向こうから見ていてくださってるよ。
ええ。
I have watched this anime with my wife. Bum bum ba ba. Meep merp meep morp meep meep morp meep morp morp meep 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 morp morp. Did you see Twitch Shorts added vertical videos just like every other platform? I did not see that. That's good.
En el castillo encantado hay un duende juguetón, infla todo lo que encuentra convirtiéndolo en balón. Cuadros de lindos colores, redonditos los dejó, y tus frutas favoritas rebotando con olor. Sus flores pica piedra, un payaso al rey león, es zoológico igual Disney con su nueva creación. Son chiquitas, son grandotas, y ahora saltan de emoción. El duende
Gotta cash in on that sweet TikTok trend. TikTok will be here forever. I'm glad that nothing's happening to it currently.
Look, if we're gonna talk about marriage, all I can say is melon.
What? I was like the first streamer to do this
You know
game.
what? Grace, that's it. You need to leave. We'll be fine. You just have to go. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Trip! Trip!
Yeah, I was like one of the first people to. I was literally, I think, the first person to stream that game. Oh, hey, you finally fucked it up, man.
Y'all good?
Hello, and welcome to the second episode of Hilux testing. Are Hiluxes as durable as Top Gear says they are? Today, we find out. Will they handle a roll and drive just fine afterwards? We'll find that out in a second. Can you actually drop them from the top of a building? We don't find that out today, but we find some other things out. Last time, we did some normal average tests that you would do every day. That's what we're gonna do again today. So I simulated the average car wreck. We'll see what can a Hilux handle a normal average, little more than average car wreck, and we're also gonna see how they tow with a gooseneck, an empty, unloaded, completely unloaded gooseneck. Can you flip me back over?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, just press B on it. I hate that he like associates with Jake Paul or Logan Paul or whatever the fuck, whoever that is. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do in this space.
Didn't hurt at all.
It looked slightly violent.
The fact you can roll this shit.
It really starts like first crank still like nothing at all.
Oh, yeah.
Like this protected the whole back. If I had a roll bar up there, this would all be fine.
So the window shattered?
Oh yeah, this shattered right in my face.
Did you just open the door? Bro.
It's self-healing? No way.
The door works now?
Next test. What we have here is a 32-foot low trail gooseneck. It's actually my favorite gooseneck I've ever had. I've only ever had one, but...
Easy. Easy.
The truck is just now level.
Yeah, it didn't...
You can't tell there's weight on it. Oh, no way. No way, look.
Yeah, Paul.
There you go.
Logan Paul pushed his dog off a boat for reviews. Yeah, I mean... Garbage people will continue to exist. The question is, how are we going to deal with it, and who are we?
Or do I need to pull? I can pull forward a little more.
Yeah, you should pull forward more. Yeah.
I barely have weight on the axle.
Yeah, you're barely.
So, I think what actually needs to happen here, I was drawing this wrong.
We'll pull this on there. So we're looking at something around 30,000 pounds, which is what my hitch is rated for. So we should be good. This is my daily, okay?
Keep coming. Whoa.
Now I have a light 30,000 pounds loaded up on the gooseneck for the Hilux to pull.
You empathize a little much with others. I'm not saying he's right for it. I'm saying that people will continue to support people like him as long as that is a effective way of making money. I don't support him at all. Fuck that guy. I'm saying that, like, that is a valid tactic for having and keeping a community, is to throw dogs off the back of things. And you should stop watching content creators where that is a thing. And if you already do that, where you don't watch people's like that, good.
Bets? Any bets? Anyone? Anyone? No one? No objections?
I think it'll pull it.
This is an 8-ton pickup, pulling 30,000 pounds. Here we go.
I told you to pull it.
Like, I'm not sure who that's for. What are the red lines on the house? They're just lines to help me figure out where things go.
No problems, man.
You can haul all of that shit with a Hilux.
Dude, this looks ridiculous.
No way.
I told you it'd pull it just fine. Dude, just pull it like it's nothing.
You're hitting the jacks. Guys, I'm barely on the throttle at all. I'm in 4 low, first gear.
Yeah, you would have to be, because you're hauling everything.
Dude, this thing's like a champ.
You remember when the Cybertruck hitch, yeah, broke immediately?
This thing's...
I'd seen it all. I thought I'd seen it all. I was like, we see a lot. You know, I see a lot doing this. I didn't think this would happen.
It's pulling it easily.
I shifted into second gear, going uphill. I was in second gear.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's 30,000 pounds.
Your tires
with
kinda...
no air. Dude, this is flat. This is a flat tire. What is this? Like... What?
Like I told Tilda, like, if we're getting a truck, we're not getting an F-150 or any of that stupid bullshit. I want one of these. Yeah, we had a Corolla growing up, and it had the exact same like door latches and all that jazz. I remember it, like the little like light thing. Like all of those were just standard for Toyotas for a while. So like all of the inside bits, like I've fucked with, and I'll tell you, they're pretty okay. Like I mean, they feel like outdated nowadays because they're not automatic. But that thing could take a beating, and that's what I want from a car. I want a car that can take it. Like, I want a car that you can just throw any bullshit at it, and it's fine. You know? Found on roadside dead. Like, I want my car to put up with a lot because I'm too stupid to be able to car correctly. Like, I am not good at car. You have seen me in my summer car. You know how good I am at car. That's barely an act. I'm actually that bad with cars. You know, I know blinker fluid is not a thing, and I know rotating your tires is not literally rotating them. Like, you do other things. Regardless, what the fuck? I want this car. I want this truck because this truck, if I ran it like my previous vehicles, would be fine, man. And it looks like it's plenty big enough.
I was dragging the jacks on the ground going around here.
Yeah.
Like, the real restriction at this point is partially the jacks, and like the trailer wasn't big enough to hold the whole fucking thing.
For all the haters' moms in this truck, and it still would have hauled it.
Yep. I don't know. That's a lot of weight. Ooh.
Listen, I get a lot of DMs. People, maybe I've said this too much. People think that I literally don't care about any truck whatsoever. It doesn't matter what it is if I own it. And then they're like, I saw your stuff and I went out and I took my daily driver and I just wrecked it the next day. Like, who gives a crap? But thank you so much for teaching me that.
What?
It's like, bro, that's like your only, dude, you need that to get around with. So like, I still have things that I use to like, I still need to get around and go to town.
Yeah.
Like, I don't just like total everything I own. So if, like, don't list like, you know,
don't do this shit.
But you don't just go out and total your daily driver. Like, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, no shit.
But have fun, you know. Did that do any damage whatsoever? We kind of bent the bed a little bit. Oh my god, dude. There's literally nothing. Nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing.
That's dead straight.
Nothing. The leaves aren't bent. This thing is literally going exactly how it went on Top Gear. You know, like they had a mechanic, but we don't even have, we haven't touched anything. Nothing has gone wrong. Nothing at all. Like, we pulled a stick out of the grill and that was it. His channel is 22 Plankster. He does. Anyways, he's a Toyota enthusiast.
I am.
He loves Toyotas very much. And when I mentioned what we're doing, well, when I mentioned I bought one, he's like, wow, congrats. That's my dream truck. Thought what better thing to do than to invite him over so that he could enjoy it while personally destroying it himself.
Come on, I didn't agree on that. Where are you putting your seatbelt on?
You're not gonna go.
I did already.
Oh my goodness.
The other guy's not in it for that one. Oh, now he is.
How'd that feel?
My hat flew out the window.
That was a little harder that time.
Big boy.
Oh my fucking god, that hitch. What the fuck? I want the strength and endurance of a fucking this thing. Fuck lions, tigers, bears.
Oh man.
I want people to compare me to this freak.
Man.
I was popping the clutch trying to get. I like fought back for a little bit.
On a squatted truck? I don't know what that means. I would assume it means it's fucked. Why does he not have injuries at this point? Because, like, I got in a wreck. It was worse than, you know, any of the ones that he's simulating here. But I was fucked up for a while, man. And he's like, nah, I'm good.
There goes the other ball joint.
That was rough. Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I found a flaw. Why is the hood bend this easy? Look at this.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe because you were running into stuff at like 30 miles an hour.
Look.
That's, okay, listen.
Look, I shouldn't be able to do that.
Listen.
I shouldn't be able to do that. I folded the hood by hand with like one hand. You have to admit that's a piece of crap.
He's trying so hard to be mad at this thing.
That's the only thing so far. We just drove probably 15 minutes with no coolant whatsoever, nothing flowing through, and it's
cool.
I feel like that'd be a common scenario. Dude, that's hot too.
Yeah. Is that Whistling Diesel? I don't know who that is. Is that someone that needs to be avoided?
I would have just driven into a river.
Yeah.
Oh, look who it is. Look who wants to stop by.
Squatted away.
Yeah, drive by again.
Listen to that thing clap.
Weirdo. Sounded like their mom last night at Taco Bell. We kind of maxed out what we can do here.
Yeah.
It's getting shipped to Utah next week for some things that I've had planned for a while. But until then, this is, you know, what I thought. So we tested out the interior last time, and under normal average use of an insane 5-year-old, it held up. So now we're going to do a level 2 interior test, okay? We're going to up the aggression like 10 notches, okay? Okay,
that went away.
That felt like
fast.
a mile down inside the dash. Okay, that was...
Yeah.
Okay, those could be a little more... Those could be like glued on us.
LASIK ruined his
We
life?
already tested out this, buddy. Okay, I didn't... Okay. Okay, today is when we find... Oh. Today is when we find all the flaws. Oh, mirror adjustment. What?
What?
It still works!
How is it doing that?
I flipped it... Oh, okay, I flipped it on that mirror and it still adjusts. Are you kidding me? I gave this thing a break last time, too. Remember, I stopped. I paused. I was like, no, that'll break. Okay.
Yeah, that came right off.
That came right off.
Yep, you won't need that.
This has been Hilux test number 2, with slightly more than realistic.
LASIK is kind of scary.
Tests, but still things.
Saturn was a dog shit brand of.
Rapidly, and you could see the exponential. We started with just closing the door. Okay, I'm working my way out. I didn't run over with a bulldozer. Look, and it's still fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The AC literally still works. So I have these shirts. Not a merch plug. It's just I'm talking about the shirt that I'm wearing.
It sounds like a merch plug to me.
I'm describing
Sounds
the
like
shirt. I'm just describing it. It's also red, and it's at the link in my Instagram bio if you want.
Dog, please. Is this a stupid ad for some video game? What? That's a copyright claim. Fuck the clown. Is this okay? Like, do you guys like the house now? Is small? Yeah, we could make it a bit bigger. It's cute. It's really small, though. It feels pretty good.
If we knew the answer to that, we'd be at the end of the video instead of the beginning. This is my brother Jason.
What? I saw, you know how you can do like AI to make, you know, people do shit they didn't? You remember the Folgers commercial? I saw someone make the Folgers commercial and then they extended it with AI where the two, like the brother and the sister, started just making out like hardcore. It was really weird. I think it was porn, but I'm not sure. Anyway.
We'd like to get you together with about 100 other guys who feel just the way you do.
About love.
And we'd like you to meet.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, you guys. I'm Dina.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. Excuse me.
What?
Could I have your number?
5, 6.
I'm Lisa.
I'm Lawrence.
7, 8.
Hey, you guys. I'm Ted. I'm here too.
Oh my God, it's so awesome.
Okay.
Oh my
What?
God. Hi, I'm Karen. I'm Cassandra.
Why is that one guy that?
Got a phone?
Hi, I'm Josh.
Oh my God.
What the fuck is
We both have the
this?
same question. How can I tell if I'm really in love?
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
It's just indescribable.
Yeah, that is Ted Danson. I don't know why.
How does the moon know when nighttime is here?
What? Okay. The way that I know my wife is that I have a reason to be alive and I need her to be okay and alive too. That wasn't something that I've had previously. I don't know how to explain that better. Just that you love this person unconditionally. And that is to say, like, if my wife does not make dinner tonight, I still love her. That's how you know if you're really in love. Or whatever the fuck these shitty lyrics are. It doesn't actually.
From up above, and how will I know if I'm really in love? I didn't know how I would.
Love is caring.
I love the way that I feel.
Okay.
Trust. Honesty.
Fun sex.
What? Yeah, John.
Ecstasy.
Ecstasy.
Galactic. Oh, I can't do that. I don't know if there is one word for love.
Is it love?
Just like the sea reaches out to the shore. Just like the seasons return evermore. There is no time.
Why is this happening?
This time we'll love and make it last. And that's when we'll know that we're really in love. I didn't know how
Oh, happiness.
Happiness is a good answer.
I didn't know
Happiness.
Happiness, I think, is the right answer to how does love feel. One word.
Happiness.
Happiness. One word. Happiness.
I think that this actually needs to come down and come from a different angle. Oh, someone just bombed the shit out of the bathroom. Holy fuck.
One of the things I always hated in school was when they'd show a movie or a film strip, they'd say, "Stop the film now and talk about it." And we were like, what are we supposed to do? Do we have to stop now? Now's the time to talk about sex? Now's the time to talk about love? Come on.
Look, guys, this is a no-pressure show.
Okay, if you say so. I hear you. Fine, you got the old guy convinced.
You know, you can stop this tape anytime you want. Just push the
Have you
pause.
ever had tinga? These balls in my soup. It's supposed to be chipotle flavored chicken. The chipotle is missing, so I don't recommend the Easy Ting bombs, guys. I've not touched that. Is there a reason that he's like in this and seemingly against his will? Like, fucking why? Like, was he seen as like a sex symbol or someone who would be an expert in this shit? Like, if I'm learning about what love is, I want someone who's like an expert on it. Like someone who I feel like has got their shit together on it, you know? Not everyone has to be a wife guy, but I feel like, you know, like if you're gonna act like a wife guy, you should be a wife guy. So is this dude a wife guy? Does this guy know how to treat a woman right and know what love is? He was a sex symbol in the 80s. Sure, why not? Yeah, all right, cool, awesome.
Next to that is rewind, and next to that is fast forward. You can pick and choose what you want to see over again. We're in your hands. Take over.
How can I tell if I am really in love?
How can I tell if I'm really in love?
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
Well, that's a good place to start. No one has the final word, but together.
Why are you hanging out with your brother like you guys just got done fucking?
Us and you guys.
Yeah, together we'll come closer to finding
Well, he's
an
an
answer.
actor on Cheers. He's not
And you got
the
company.
character from Cheers. I don't know him.
Right from the start, I don't think teenagers, somebody under 18, not talking about pre-marriage, talking about you folks, I don't think that teenagers should have sex. All right.
Saul's books gave us the idea for this video.
You don't have to agree with me. In my opinion, you're too young, you're too vulnerable. Even committed relationships are spoiled.
I mean, Bernie Sanders at home is right. I don't think that teenagers should be having sex either, but also I don't live in a fantasy world where like they pay attention to what I think. I also know that hormones are crazy and that they actively are having sex regardless of whether or not we want them to be or not. Like, very much good luck stopping them. Like, they will be doing that. We're not going to draw the boat yet because it's like not actually. And then the grass we might want to not draw just to have it be wavy.
Like premature sex.
Saul's practical.
If you feel yourself to be in love, you are.
That's practical.
We're talking about love. this strong, dynamic, energetic, exciting emotion. It's wonderful. But, you know, love can also go from near perfect one day to almost a disaster the next.
And sorting it out is what this video is all about. The bottom line is we're here because of you. Oh, and by the way, I'm Justine. Welcome.
How does the moon know when nighttime is here?
It doesn't. Yeah, I don't think that abstinence only works. We know this.
One day you'll meet someone and you'll feel a different feeling. You'll feel something that goes through your whole body.
Your body gets all tingly, like you've got these little
Like,
chills
me and my
right off
wife, we just clicked. Like, when we first started dating, it was like, you know, I put my foot down on the ground and I was like, look, I'm going to do shit that's going to get me in trouble. I'm going to do a lot of protest kind of shit. And I might get arrested every now and then. And you're going to have to be okay with that if we're going to date. And she nodded her head and I said, all right. It's one of the conditions. So, like, we kind of knew where each other were at right from the get-go. You know, like what the other person wanted to some degree. And I'm honestly surprised that she decided to go with me. Like, she is just perfect and completely out of my league. And as long as she doesn't know that, we will be together for a long time. She said the exact same thing about me, though. So, all right. My wife is wrong about one thing.
Fine. It comes over in a very physical way. Like all over your body, it's like this elation, like you feel really, really good, like you can do anything.
When you're in love, it's like no other feeling in the world.
Gosh, it's that. It's rainbows and stars and all the fun things in life.
I am so confused. To me, to be in love is to be alive.
Gosh,
I don't think you have to be in love to feel alive, but to feel alive, you have to be in love.
No?
When I'm with somebody I love, I feel good.
Love is great because it's making him happy and improving his grades.
I don't know. I'm in the dark.
Yeah, we already heard that person say that.
To feel. Well, I know about love, like love my parents, love my dog, but love my boyfriend, I don't know about that.
It makes you feel like you can't
Well,
do anything
why are we
wrong.
interviewing someone who doesn't know shit? Like, she is useless to talk to. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Talk to someone else. Stop playing her. Do you know anything about theoretical physics? No. Let's keep playing this woman who knows nothing about theoretical physics in our video. About theoretical physics. Do you know anything about it now? No. Alright. We'll check back later. The fuck is the point of that? Like, legitimately, why?
If something bad happened that day, like you didn't do well on a test, or, I don't know, you got in a fight with someone and you're upset or depressed, as soon as you see that person or you're with them, you forget about those things.
I wouldn't say that's 100% correct, but like when I hear the door open downstairs, like it is just like it's literally like, you know that has Ludacris did he do anything fucked up recently? Yeah, is Ludacris okay? I'm gonna make a Ludacris reference, and I don't want him to be like, I know it was someone who was like with P. Diddy during some shit that was real bad. Not that I've heard of. Ludacris, God, I remember Ludacris called my dad once. That was weird. My dad worked at a liquor store for the longest time, and so Ludacris was coming out with his own variation of a liquor, right? Because that's just a thing that you do if you're a musician. You randomly get into making booze. And so he was going around and calling all the different locations that had his new thing. And so he called my dad, because my dad was the manager of the store. And he was like, "Hey, I'm Ludacris." My dad's like, "All right." Like, my dad wasn't really aware of who this man was and didn't really believe that it was him. So, like, he kind of just wrote it off. And I remember, like, I think he said Ludacris was kind of upset by that reaction, because it wasn't like, yeah, my dad does make music. He makes great stuff. I love his music. I would love to learn some of his songs. He's a much more talented guitar player than me, but he also practices every day, especially now that he's retired, which is, I like that he gets to use his retirement to follow his passion. And I wish, no, not Ludacris did not retire. I mean, maybe he did. My dad retired. My dad, in his call with Ludacris, which was sort of like, yeah, Ludacris called. Anyway, Ludacris proximity. Yeah. Okay, so like, all right, this is me with my wife, except for instead of Ludacris, it's my wife. Like, it is like the further, like, if I can hear her in the house, like, my mood improves. But when she was living across the country, like, she lived in New York and I lived in Texas, it sucked dick, man. It was so rough. Like, I'd cry every time that I'd have to drive her to the airport. I even mentioned it in our wedding vows. I said, like, Siri would be directing me to take the next turn and I would just start yelling at it to shut up, you know? But anyway, love is like this Ludacris proximity sadness meter. It's like this. Like, as soon as my wife comes home, like, I'm sure you can see it on my face. Like, I just do feel better.
Problems that you have with your life or any of your faults, and you think to yourself, there's somebody who loves me. There's got to be something good about me. Yeah. It's that simple.
I say to my boyfriend, I'm in love with you. But still, I'm saying so many things. You know, I know what I'm saying, but I don't. Do you follow? What is love?
Love is love. I mean, it's like when you're not embarrassed in front of somebody, or you don't feel guilt after something you've done, and you can just be yourself.
Love is like the Ludacris proximity meter.
A stepladder. A stepladder?
What?
I don't know.
Stop interviewing her. She doesn't know anything.
Like
Leave her alone.
You know, it's not. There's no darkness in it. It's just pure white.
Love. My best friend and I are really close, and he has a girlfriend, and I'm also really close to his girlfriend. And sometimes when I'm talking to her, she'll tell me, "Oh yeah, I went out with him last night," and she'll tell me something that he said. And it's something that it's like really open, and he'll never say something like that to me. And I'll just say, whoa, that doesn't sound like him. It doesn't sound like he would say something like that. But he's always open like that with her.
I think guys have a lot of trouble talking.
I wish he was more open with me.
They have this macho
his
attitude
real
that they have to
boyfriend.
put on all the time.
It helps if you can talk about love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you hear your parents say, you'll have plenty of time to do all that. You'll have plenty of time, plenty of time. When I was 15, the time was like, now. You know, I wanted to go out and so forth, and my parents would say, just wait.
I just don't want you to get hurt.
He's not your type. You'll get over it.
Give it time.
Wait till you're older.
When you've lived as long
Like,
as
I'll be honest, like, I think it's important to date when you're young. Like, legitimately. Like, try and not get pregnant or anything, but, like, it's important to date when you're young. And absolutely fuck that shit up. Like, really do some trauma to yourself and others. That's important.
We say things like, if you have sex before marriage, you'll have nothing to look forward to in marriage. There'll be no surprises in marriage. If that's the only surprise in marriage, I say don't marry. It's not worth it.
Oh, is this guy supposed to be cool?
I know what I'm talking about.
You see, the funny thing about this, guys, is that we parents tell you that we want you to slow down and that you're too young to fall in love and all that. But the truth is that we look back on our own teenage years with incredible fondness. I mean, for me, for example, it was Patricia. Oh, she gave a whole new meaning to the word love. She was fantastic. You see, I'm doing it. I'm doing the same thing.
You'll never get over this. Your life is over.
Ruined. Yeah.
Kaput.
You would if you love me.
Throughout history, even some
What
of the
the
smartest
fuck?
girls fell for lines that guys used to get
You
them
remember
to
the fling's name? I remember, like, every girl I ever dated. It's proto-wife guy shit. To remember the faces of the people that have been important in your life is important, I think. I have dated one person, King. Okay, fair enough. I have not dated many, but I dated her enough to know that my wife is the right one. Like, I think fucking up relationships is actually kind of important.
sex with them. The classic, the granddaddy of them all, has got to be,
If you really love me.
if you really loved me, you'd have sex with me.
You would if you love me, if you love me, if you love me, if you love me.
Say, honey, I really love you. But do you have a condom?
Now, serious stuff. I've got here the little black book of lines. It contains all the classics all the guys have used on all the girls all these years.
Now, admittedly, it takes a certain amount of skill to see through these lines, but it's pretty obvious, I think, that the one thing the guy wants is sex, and rightfully so.
Come on.
Now, here.
So women don't want sex? I mean, I guess there's more pressure, like, but, like, come on now. What the fuck is this video? This is like educational sex talk shit. We're having the talk, Ego. This is the talk with Ted Danson and RevScarecrow. Two people you didn't need the talk from at all. You're gonna need to learn these things real good, kid. Now back to your learning.
Some soft and romantic lines. I feel like a traitor doing this. Ah, good. I need you. I really missed you.
This one's called the ditch line.
You have such beautiful eyes.
It's said by a guy who thinks his date's a real dog, but he wants one more thing before he ditches her. Ever heard it?
Such beautiful eyes.
It's said right after the guy puts the lights out. The creep.
Hey, you're not just another face to me. I really love you.
What's the connection between sex and love? There is none.
Oh, watch out for this one. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything.
No. Yeah, that is some bullshit.
Hey, don't worry about it. If anybody tells you not to worry, worry.
Baby, you're driving me wild.
No, I'm not. I'm driving you home.
Honey bunch, I'll go crazy. Go.
I think making love will help us. Can you repeat the line? I keep on forgetting it.
Making love is a natural development in our growing and developing relationship.
Can you repeat the line again one more time?
Okay, I'll make it simple. Making love is a natural development for us. Huh?
Sweetie, I'll just stay in for a minute. What am I, a microwave oven?
I like this one. Here you go. Did you girls know that a guy cannot go for more than 2 days without having sex? No, it's true.
Terrific. See you in 48 hours.
That took care of that. Are you girls taking notes on this? We're coming to my favorite part here, the part I excelled in. These are what I call my good guy lines. Here you go. I promise I won't hurt you.
Yeah.
I'll still respect you tomorrow.
We went to get something to eat, and we were sitting in the car eating it. And he asked me if I'd ever had a one-night stand. And I said no. And cheeky devil, he turns to me and says, well, don't you think it's about time you had one?
Kind of makes you feel like you took a number, doesn't it?
Yes!
I promise you won't get pregnant. I'm prepared.
Your place or mine?
You at your place, me at mine. Good night.
I promise I won't tell.
Everything that he had known about me was known by all of his friends. And that hurt because it wasn't meant for his friends to know.
Yeah.
Honest, I'll pull out in time. Now, guys, you know that's a lie.
In the back of this little black book, which I found interesting, are some
Yeah, this is kind of
lines in
overstaying
which
its
both
welcome.
can
Do
say
I need
no.
to, like, switch it?
They aren't very elegant, some of them, but I think they work. Here are a few. No. Keep your paws off me. I think my grandma used that one.
Yeah, that's very grandma energy. Please, moving on. Oh my god, it's another 40 minutes. Did he get in trouble?
キャサリンはカップヌードルカレーを食べることにした。いいお天気。いい天気だった。爽やかな風が吹いている。
We don't need to step ladder.
チーズ星人現ち。チーズ星人の放つ上質なチーズはみるみる。
Alright. We got an ad running. Thank you. I think that this whole thing is like pretty much this color. I want it to be like red and white and shit like that. Is this the... Yep, that's the wrong layer. Cool. I'm glad I colored in on that layer. Cool. All right, this layer. Yeah, we should probably have a limit. And no more fucking video game commercials. I've seen so many of them and they're so hokey. I hate advertising. I know it's my job, effectively, but I hate it. Anyway. Oh, we still have the ad going. I was like, why did we stop? Is it because of me? Nope. The ad. I will say doubling my income is pretty fucking pog. I don't know if it's actually helping with viewer retention. I would imagine it's not, actually. So I think that we might have to get rid of it, but we'll see. Do they have good Mexican food? Yeah. There's one good Mexican place, and it's like some of the best Mexican food I've ever had. It's still very Maine, where it's creamy, as opposed to spicy, but I accept this for what it is. What should the time limit be? I mean, what's the whole Defunct Land thing? I've been seeing a lot more fresh freaks without pre-rolls. Yeah. That's true. That is true. It's annoying on certain days. Defunct Land wasn't a submission, no, it was my choice. So I guess that kind of changes things. Is this done yet? Ad, please? The ad break ended. Okay, cool. Do you have a VR playground in your area? Not that I'm aware of. There could be. Uh-oh. This is illegal. It's okay, I don't give a shit. What? A lot of the ads are my submissions.
1, 2, 1,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why is chat saying, oh no? This one's rough. Chat, did you fuck us? Rent a friend? What? What? Oh, I got raided? Who raided? Sup, raiders? Deja Vu, thank you for the year of support. Twingmaster, thank you for the... Or, Anon, thank you for the gift sub. I don't know who just raided. It doesn't tell me. Woos, thank you for raiding. That was very cool of you. Thank you so much. We're watching random YouTube videos that chat sent me. This is Rent a Friend. It's an hour long. We will not be watching all of it.
Hi. I'm Sam, and basically I'm here because I want to be your friend. How's that sound?
Bad.
Great. I'm in a really good mood, and I hope you're feeling good too. Because
I'm not.
This is really neat. I mean, I've been looking forward to this moment for quite some time. I mean, I'm honest with you here. I'm just so happy that you decided to put me on today, because it's just so exciting for me. You know, it's like, it's really here. It's happening. And here we are, and it's just going to be neat, okay? So we're going to have some fun and play around together, and okay, well, just follow my lead then.
What the
right?
fuck
just
are
follow
you?
me and just relax. I'm
I
going to
don't want
relax a little bit too here.
you as a friend. Friend?
No, I understand that this might be a little different for you.
Yeah, it's very different.
Having me talking to you like this.
Sure.
It's odd, I guess, and you should know that it's strange for me too. Okay, this is not something.
Okay, so we could stop doing it then. You could stop talking to me.
So we're exploring together. The key is we're experiencing this thing together.
No, the key thing is that I'm getting a restraining order and you're going to stop talking to me.
Part of friendship. So let's just wing it and have a ball. What do you say? Hot diggity dog.
No.
What's your name?
You don't need to know that.
Yeah. You know, I see that. I really... That is you, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's a yeah. At least I think so.
What does that mean?
You've heard that before, haven't you?
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. No, it's like it's just something about the quality of your face that is saying things to me, and then your name really fits in the picture. Really.
Yeah?
Hey, do you mind if I take a look around your place a little bit?
No, I don't want you anywhere near. Get the fuck out. Shut.
Just want to check it out a little bit here. Oh, boy.
What do you?
Nice place. Hey, did you do that up there? Is that yours?
Yeah, I made that.
That you ought to. I'd really like to know where you got that.
I made it. I'm a painter. It's what I do.
Oh. Gee, I don't know if we have them in this part of the country. I'll have to check that out. That's really neat.
Artists? They have
but
them.
You know what? You've got great taste. If you don't mind me telling you, it's like this is neat. A lot of things are happening now.
No?
I've got your face.
Right.
I've got a name.
Uh-huh.
And now I'm seeing where you live.
Yeah, that's really uncomfortable for me.
Magic, maybe? Huh?
Nope.
This is great. I already knew I was going to like you just because you wanted to meet me. I mean, that's plenty right there. That says a lot. I thank you for that, but there's a kind of intangible working here, I think.
Sure.
And, let's just jump right in. Let me give you some information about me. Okay?
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Something to go with this mug. I'm born.
What the fuck is this? Like, was this made for a lonely person to enjoy? That's sad.
Chicago right now.
Think of it like a waifu, but for normies.
Never been to Chicago?
No.
Yes, yeah, it is. I know. On the news reports, it's always the cold, snowy place. But
Yeah, I have no reason to go to Chicago. I don't know anyone who lives there. I had a friend who suggested I should live there. They're like, rent is real low. And I'm like, yeah, but I need a fucking job. They're like, oh, don't worry about that. Jobs will come. That was years ago. I don't know as if Chicago's doing any better than it was. I like the cut of your jib. Keep talking.
Okay. Well, anyway, okay. Let me go ahead and say I'm from Chicago, and if you notice lines of sorrow etched in my face, you may have guessed I'm a Cub fan. Well, thank you very much for your sympathy. Thank you.
I don't know enough about sports.
You're funny. And
that wasn't a joke. That's real.
I don't know. I'm out of work right now. I'm between jobs. Let's put it that way. And,
yeah, that's why you're doing whatever the fuck this is.
Jobs, though, actually, in my time, I've been a waiter and a bartender.
Sure.
Have you ever done that by any chance?
No, sort of. I used to run a strip club in well, I was offered to run a strip club in Second Life, but that's different.
Get along with people. I did that for a while.
I try and get along with people, yeah.
Chicago, and as you can see, I'm still alive to tell about it.
Right.
It was very interesting. I got to know the city rather well, and I met a lot of interesting characters. Yeah.
Sure. Are you one of those interesting characters? Because you don't seem to be.
Well, yeah, there were moments that were a little scary, but overall it was all right. Yeah.
Can we stop talking about Chicago? I really don't give a shit.
Speaking of, I was a singing telegram. I was a singing telegram man.
Oh, I believe that because it seems like you only get unfortunate jobs meant for losers.
I got to tell you. But those are just facts.
Sure.
A couple things about me that maybe you'll fill in a little bit.
You're a Cubs fan.
My nose is rather famous.
What?
Let me illustrate for you. Watch this. Ooh. It's like I have a rubber nose. Did you know that? Well, you do now. Look at this thing. And my sister used to invite people over just to play with my nose and to bite my nose. Would you like to bite?
Can I be real with you, dude? You need to get a better wingman. Like, your sister was a horrible wingman. She could have been like, his dick's really weird. And then people are like, oh, I gotta touch it and bite it now. Your sister sucks, dude.
Bite my nose?
Would have been weird, but you could have made it work.
Nose grease is, how should I say, very important to me. I don't know. I like nose grease, and I like to wipe it on glass. You know, like I could wipe it right on your screen if I wanted to.
What?
No, I'm not going to do that. But I mean, it's.
I mean, you can't, but why? There's no way this was scripted.
You ever do that one? Oh, hey, bus driver, I'm stuck. Oh, I feel like Pee Wee Herman. Forget I ever did that. I'm sorry. That's too.
That was really weird. Can you not be like this?
With a pliable face, you know, you can get away with murder. I'm silly. Yeah. Well, we're getting to know each other. What do you? Hey, here's another big part of my life. This reflects a lot of years at my school, and this is my senior yearbook. And,
oh, you peaked in high school.
I don't know. Did you? You have a yearbook, right?
No, I was homeschooled actually.
Did they write, you know, novels to you like this in your yearbook?
No.
This is.
I don't speak to those people really anymore.
I don't know how well you can see this one. It's like all these. They write everything to you. Everybody's colors come out, you know. Boom, knock myself a little bit here.
I think I actually do have a high school yearbook. I don't know where it is.
Important people in my life at this time.
Oh, is this upsetting chat? Is it upsetting chat that we're watching some stupid bullshit? Let's continue.
This is like a richness, a sea of embarrassment here. Hey, look at this.
Well, you don't have to show it to
Here
me.
she is, my nemesis, Nancy. Actually, it was Nunsa. Very affected kind of name we gave her. But I was infatuated with this one for like 5-6 years. And then
Is she like in your basement now? Like what is going on with this story? Like, I don't want to become an accessory after the fact. Every video gets the views it deserves.
never had a single date.
Yeah, I wouldn't date you either.
She wrote something mysterious in my yearbook, like maybe we should have gotten together. Hey, thanks a lot for telling me now, Nancy. I'll never see you again. Of course, she's probably, if this is you, Nancy, how you doing?
She's not watching this. You peaked in high school, and it's embarrassing that you did, because it wasn't even good for you. Like, you were probably bullied endlessly in high school, and that was the best moments of your life. I'm honestly really sorry for you, son.
Oh, this is all right. Here's the main event, okay?
Sure.
Now, I'm somewhere on this page.
Yeah, it's bottom left. I know. I see it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it's the bottom left. What? No.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, long hair.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Actually, I just kind of cut out a lot of junk, really. I used to be addicted to Hostess cupcakes, and I drank a whale of amount of Coca-Cola, you know?
Sure.
Caffeine and sugar kind.
Like soda?
Well, yeah, it wasn't that tough. I mean, just cut those things out and stop eating third and fourth helpings. You'd be amazed what you can do.
Fair enough.
Oh, here's another thing I used to do. I used to make this noise.
Are you going to try and make it now? Because I don't want to hear you speak anymore.
Very happy. And I'd like to do it for you right now.
Please don't. Like, this is part of the reason that I don't have friends, man. Because, like, sometimes I feel like I'm this guy, and sometimes I feel like everyone around me is this guy. You know? Like, he's weird and boring somehow, which is like a really, really impressive line to straddle, because being weird and boring, like, this man could say or do anything in this next coming moment as soon as I hit play, and no one gives a shit. Does that make sense? Like, that's so fucking weird, isn't it? This is Rent a Friend. That's how this video exists. Okay.
I mean, isn't that nuts?
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Please don't do it again.
That's the kind of noise I made when my sister's dates would come to the house. They'd knock on the door. I'd run downstairs and be excited to greet them, and I'd open the door, and they'd say, "Hi, is Mary there?" And I'd go, "No, no, no, no," and I'd just run upstairs after her, you know. Yeah. Oh, and then the date thought that I was, you know, a disturbed child. And,
you were!
As we all can tell, of course, I turned out pretty normal, I guess.
No, you do whatever this is.
You are funny. Well,
that wasn't a joke. That's me being honest. I'm trying to help you, son.
Tell me a little bit about you now. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
That's a nice part of the country.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's why I left.
A bus tour, like all over the country. I hit just about everywhere.
You went to Texas, though?
Surprised, though. No, it's nice.
No, I don't give a shit. You took a bus. I'm honestly more surprised that you actually found functioning transport in America that was standardized. Like, that's, I don't give a shit.
Believe it or not, I've been there too.
Okay. It's a pretty big state. It's hard to miss, honestly.
I can't say I remember that much, no. This was a few years ago.
Do you remember the excessive amounts of racism?
Things have changed a little bit. I mean, I wasn't...
No, it's kind of like, no, it's because of the white you've got going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to move too. When I was about 11 years old, we moved from New York to Chicago.
Okay, it doesn't feel like you're paying attention to me.
It was traumatic. Right.
I mean, yeah, it does suck to move, but, you know.
I'm a cat person myself, yeah. Although, I've got something here I want to show you.
Can you stop showing me things? I don't want to see it.
I want you to meet somebody. I want to introduce somebody. This is, speaking of pets, this is Pluto, okay? And, hello, Pluto. Say hi to my new friend. Pluto here, I got him basically when I was about 4 years old, and I got him through the act of crying. Very effective method of getting things, as you may recall as a kid.
Why did you bring that?
Yeah. I just cried for him. I was at a resort with my parents, and I was walking through this kind of arcade with my father, and there was a wheel.
What was the job listing for this?
Pat and Vanna weren't there, and the wheel works where whatever it lands on, you win, basically. You pay money to spin the wheel. And my father's luck was so bad that he basically had to pay off the guy to get me the dog. But them's the breaks. I got the dog, and Dad's out $10. The start of a beautiful relationship.
That's like not that bad.
He's been through a lot, of course. I used to give haircuts in the neighborhood, you know. When I was a kid, I mean 6 or 7 years old, and I was giving haircuts. I was maybe 9, giving haircuts to other children in the neighborhood.
Why?
You can imagine how their parents felt about that.
Yeah, it was bad, probably.
I had training. I'd already worked on Pluto. I mean, look, he's had all through here and the like. I've cut his hair, and it never grew back. Never grew back.
That's how hair.
He's taken a few shots, you know. He's got this accordion face, so he always bounces back. But he's real important to me. He's like family to me.
Okay, well.
Hey, speaking of family,
I don't intend on telling you anything about them.
Family. Tell me about your parents. I bet they're really neat. I bet you have neat parents, right?
Yeah, they're great and dead. I'm gonna say they're dead, so you don't try and ask more questions about them. You don't need to know about my parents. I'm afraid that you know too much about me already.
How about that?
You want to pick that up? You want to talk to someone who wanted to talk to you so much they called you?
No, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, you should answer the phone. What if it was someone important?
He's about 72 now. Yeah, he's a funny guy. Yeah, he's good. How about Mom? What's she like?
We'll pretend she's dead as well.
Yeah.
Just answer the phone, man. Just answer the... It's chill, man. It's chill. Go ahead. Go answer the phone. Don't look at me. Answer the phone.
Sorry about that.
They called back, dude. It was important enough for them to call back.
You know, I'd rather talk to you.
I know you would rather talk to me, but I don't want to talk to
I
you.
hope they don't right now, but go ahead. Sorry about that.
What if I'm trying to call you?
We're talking about Mom, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about my mom because I don't want you to find her and kill her. You're creepy, dude.
Oh, that's neat.
What?
You know, was your mother overprotective by any chance?
Slightly, I guess. Are you a psychologist?
Somebody outside your place? Is that my place?
That's your place. God, I hope it's the hired hitman.
He's bent on interrupting us. Come on, why don't they leave us alone? God, I think they're gone now. Go ahead.
I don't want to tell you anything about my folks now.
Yeah. No, it's not because I think you're overprotected. No. I'm thinking of my own mother and the kind of things I always had to check in, you know, and do this and that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but also we lived out in the middle of nowhere, so there were a lot of like combine harvesters and shit we could get into.
Hey, Pluto, you just sit down here.
I remember one time my brother like fucked up his leg and he had to walk all the way from one end of the neighborhood to the other. It took him the better part of like hours. We didn't know where he was.
Okay. All right. Here's my mom, okay? That's her right there.
Why did you bring this?
One smiling. And she's fun. She's a writer.
Okay.
We kind of look alike, maybe. Some people tell us that.
I don't see it.
She's fun.
Thank God for her.
She found me writhing on the floor listening to The Who, and I had my headphones on, and she was really worried about me and said, "What are you doing? What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I said, "Mom, I'm just getting into the music." And she said, "It's not good to get that into the music."
No, I think it is. I think you could.
That was just total pure natural energy.
Who? The Who. You know. They're that band. Who?
But there she is, playing with dolls. That's my mom.
Okay.
And, and here she is wearing a hat indoors. Well.
Absolute mad lad.
Does your mom do that?
Wear hats and
We're just going outside. It's no big deal. Now here's Dad, and he's got his customary pipe working there. Usually, though, he's got pictures or not pictures, newspapers strewn all around there, and he's a good guy. He likes jazz and blues records.
You like
He's a real
jazz?
Muddy Waters fan, if you can believe that. And I remember one story about Dad where we were playing baseball. I was a kid, and he was pitching, and I was hitting, and I hit a line drive, caught him right in the gut, and knocked him over. And it's like, not knocked him, yeah, it did knock him over. He fell down, actually. And
okay.
I felt so funny. It was like instantly I felt like, oh my God, I've killed my father. And then at the precise moment I felt that, I was thinking, hey, I'm a pretty powerful little guy. And then...
Is this how you started your murder spree?
Just like triple whammy, you know? Man, have you ever...
Killed someone? No.
In your family at all?
Well, I mean, probably not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's safe in assuming, yeah, because I mean, everybody's family is you know, it's.
I think we need some sort of vetting on the videos. This one is insane. I have to see how it ends.
Because they're the ones who drive you crazy to begin with. That's why we got friends. Yeah. Anyway, let me. Speaking of kooky, here's my brother, and that's his wife B. And he used to play a game with me. He's 10 years older than me. He used to play.
He looks it, yeah.
Trees. And the thing was, he was the tree, and I was the guy walking in the forest.
What the fuck?
And he fell over on me, and the object.
Isn't this like an hour long? It's like, yeah, roundabout.
Yeah, trees. Yeah.
What?
He had an imagination. Still does. He can't play trees anymore with me though, because we're about the same size. And my sister. Let me find her. Here she is. She's around holiday time, so we're drinking again. And that's a picture of me, actually, in the background. A painting done by a friend of mine, Stork. He was my roommate.
Stork?
And, he complained about my feet smelling, so I left him.
I mean,
yeah.
I bet that your feet do smell, actually.
He was, in retrospect, he was right.
Yeah, I would bet it.
Has nothing to do with Mary, does it? But that's
this video plays the exact same if you're duct tape to a chair.
Mommy's never coming home again, and that was her plot to get me to love her more than Mommy. I mean, does this sound like a Freudian novel or what?
Are you trying to fuck your sister?
Okay, well, look, I'm feeling comfortable with you. I mean, I can.
I don't need to know that.
What about? I was gonna say, what about your family? I mean, you've already.
No, they're dead.
More.
Definitely. Don't have any brothers or sisters. Definitely do not know anyone at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's swell. Because I have a new nephew and I have a niece. I've had one for a few years. I guess I don't have any pictures right now.
I mean, I don't need them. I don't want to know more about you.
Pets? How could I forget? Dearest Putty. Dear Putty, I'm sorry I forgot you. Little cat. This baby was with me from consciousness. The family cat until I was about 12 years old. And
okay.
The thing I remember most about Putty is when we moved to Chicago and I had very few friends, later on in the afternoon every day at school, I wanted nothing more than to go home and be with Putty.
Fair.
Isn't that a sad story? But I mean, it's true. I mean, I love that cat. But it's a happy story because I know Putty's in kitty heaven and everything's fine. So don't you worry yourself. In fact, I have a cat.
That's a mood, though.
I'm a cat person. And
Christ on a cross, why is he fucking watching this? Pain?
I did that because that's
I'm absolutely enamored by this video. Can I be real? Like, this video is absolutely bonkers. It doesn't need to be this long in order for the joke to work. Like, the joke is it's a VHS on, like, someone pretending to be your friend because you're so fucking useless that you don't have friends. Which, like, mood, I get it, but, like, it doesn't need to be this long. It wasn't a joke, it was sincere? What? He's doing all of this in one take, yeah. Like, that's why I'm like, is this improv? Because it seems improv. I don't know how you would write this script because it's just shit. Like, this could be for gooners. Sure, maybe gooners are into this. I don't fucking know.
Come. I mean, I couldn't bring him because every time he goes in the car, he thinks he's going to a vet.
Right, yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm. And it's unfair. You understand.
Yeah, of course. You don't, but that's why you got to take him other places.
But I got him on videotape. I rented a camera, and I think this is a good time now to put this tape on and show you a little bit of Bandit. I feel like I've been.
Who the fuck is Bandit?
I want to get something to drink, and I want to hear a lot more from you when I get back. It's only going to take a couple of minutes. Why don't you go get yourself a drink and like you're my host, right? I mean, like I'm your host. Like, go get a drink in your own house. Bigamy. You know what that sounds like? Anyway, I'm just hacking around. Let's play this. I'll stop talking for a little bit.
Thank fuck.
And we'll have some fun. We're going to watch Bandit on tape.
Feels court-ordered? Kind of?
Here comes the big boy. Let me
He married a conservative who made him quit acting and get a job in advertising. It didn't work out, so he made this and used it as B-roll to land roles in Hollywood. That didn't work out, so he got a TV show called Wild Chicago instead. Okay. 1986. 5.3 stars. Jesus fuck. Is that the standard we're rating things to? Like, anything rated worse than 5.3 on IMDb is just the worst shit ever. I can't tell what the fuck I'm looking at, man. What? Cat?
Hey, Ben. Bandit. Come here, boy. He's too busy.
He pulled out the stuffed animal almost immediately, yeah. I need to go turn on the front door light. You know what? You guys just enjoy this without me for a minute. Enjoy this guy trying to play with this cat that's showing no interest in him because it's trying to eat. I'll be right back.
Come on, boy. You love the mouse. There he is. There he is. Come on. Come on, play with the mouse. Come on. Come on, Ben. Come on, play with the mouse. Come on, buddy. Come on. There he is.
Well, what do you think?
The mouse, Ben. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Look at that puss. Look at that big sniff. Oh, here's the comb. He loves the comb. Of course, you can't. It's as if he doesn't love anything in this tape. I think he just wants to get away from me. It's making me look bad, huh?
Puss,
You little puss. I'm gonna have to turn you off now, puss. Just turn you away. Oh, look, here's the big close-up. Now look at me. Look at me. There he is.
Come here, boy.
That's a good place to stop this action. Bye-bye, puss. Ah. Oh, Pluto, how did you like Bandit, huh?
Yeah. I liked him a lot. I liked him.
Did you hear that? That was Pluto. Oh! Did you get a drink? Cheers. No, I like paper cups because I don't like washing. I don't like washing dishes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes, sure, but most of the time, paper cups for me. Hey, listen.
Is he still talking?
I want to play a game with you. Okay. I guess we got to clear this stuff out. A good thing to do with friends, I think, it really brings out the best, is have a little competition. You know, play some games. Nothing too serious or anything, but I picked out a great game. Look there's Mickey Mantle's autograph. You see that?
What?
Pile this stuff up.
Why do you have all of this?
I don't know if you've ever played Blockhead before, but
I haven't. No.
I got this from my grandparents' house a long time ago, and it's from
He says he likes paper cups because he doesn't like doing the dishes. I feel it.
And
okay.
The object of the game is to build a little nose grease there.
What is this nose grease thing?
And
just wash your face, dude.
And I'm gonna move down here a little bit where I can get close to the action.
Don't be a stereotypical white guy who just like lets the water run down his body and that's how his feet get clean. That's why your feet smell bad, man.
And oh. See that one get
Can you not make loud noises and sudden actions towards me? You still do slightly threaten me.
I'm like a bull in a china shop, you know? It's like I'm always wreaking havoc. Here's the Blockhead.
Wreaking?
We're going to play the game. You'll tell me which one to play, and I'll play just as hard for you as I will for me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait. Listen to this. Here's how to score. This is funny. The first time a player causes a pile to tumble, he is a square. The second time, he is a character. And the third time, my friend, he is a blockhead, and he's out of here. So,
can I get you to... Have you heard of Warhammer? It's a little bit more complex than Blockhead. We can use the Blockhead parts as like, you know, terrain. You know, like I've played Warhammer with more annoying people than you. I'll be real with you right now. You are fucking weird. But you're not the most annoying person I've interacted with, somehow.
I know it's tough language, but it's a tough game. Now what we're going to do, what I'd like to do is, we're both characters. Let's play like we're both characters, and we're playing sudden Blockhead.
Okay.
Spine tingling, I know. Okay, I want you to go first. You'll pick it up real easy. Just pick one and let's
yellow long one. Thank you. Yeah. That's weird. I don't want the blue one. Okay. I wanted the yellow one.
Like this?
No, lay it down flat.
So I see it's going to be a tough game right from the start. Okay, good. That's a fine play. I'm going to, I'll do this.
Well, I wanted the yellow piece for that fucking reason. Okay, fine. Give me that. Yeah, that one. No. You had your hand on it. It's right near your right hand there. Not that one. A couple to the side. It's a cylinder.
Which one?
That cylinder to the. Fine, that one.
This one?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it, man.
No, you don't have to pick this one.
Well, clearly I have to because you won't pick up the right one.
It's early in the game. What the heck? Okay.
Yeah, just like so.
All right.
Your go.
Do you love finger tappers? The game is live, by the way, now. It's like ping pong. You know, you go 3, volley for serve.
Sure.
Now, we're for real here.
Yeah.
This counts. This is a nice one. Watch this. Oh, under a little pressure, are we? Come on.
Let me get the one that I was trying to pick up before. You know the one I'm talking about, you son of a bitch. Don't you dare move that other hand over there.
Okay, this one?
No.
Which one?
Other side.
Oh,
Other pile.
red.
Orange. Orange other pile. Orange other pile.
Okay, I think I can place that for you.
You're just like that Dora bitch. You don't even fucking pay attention to the words I'm saying. Yeah, just put it on there. I don't give a shit.
You. God, I gotta change my mover. Oh, I hit the table. It's almost fatal. Okay,
Don't rhyme.
my turn. You got me all hot and bothered. I don't know what to do here.
Don't say hot and bothered. That's not the right term.
I'll try this one. No. I'll try this one. Ah! I'm a blockhead! I'm a blockhead!
It's okay.
You, look at me, blockhead, boom, 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 blockhead. Oh, wait, did I lose a piece here? Did you see a piece get out of here? Oh, you got me. I hate being a blockhead. That was a good game. I thought I had that. I thought I had something.
Why did you...
Hey, you want to play again?
No, fuck no.
Right, I know. Yeah, you like Joe DiMaggio, go out a winner. Yeah, all right.
No, I just don't ever want to play this game with you.
Isn't that fun though? Don't you love Blockhead? It's like an intrinsically dramatic game. I love it. Anyway,
That's Blockhead, I guess.
You played like a natural.
I mean, you're controlling my turns for me, and not even playing what I said, but I won, so I guess it's chill.
Moment, I was a little nervous myself. Yeah.
You were nervous your first time?
I think we're close enough now. I feel comfortable enough now to do something I always like to do with my best friends, and that is share a most embarrassing moment.
No, I don't need to know this about you.
Oh, no, we're going to do this. I'll go first, okay? We're going to do this.
I don't need to do this with you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All right.
We don't have to do this, right?
Okay. My story is
No,
about
fuck.
the movie Easy Rider and a date I went on when I was in 10th grade, I guess. Once again, we can go to the yearbook for a visual aid.
Yeah, because you peaked in high school, I remember, yeah.
Where is she? Her name was Sharon. Probably still is. She married a guy who was into Est.
What?
And, here she is now. That's Sharon.
Wow.
Anyway.
For someone who looks weird as shit.
Younger. Anyway, we went to see Easy Rider. Now, here's the scenario. It's 1970. I'm 16 years old, and I'm really concerned with being cool, you know? It's very important to me. And it's very important that I let Sharon know that I'm cool, too. So the embarrassing thing is, in Easy Rider, by the way, do you remember the movie?
No, I didn't see it because I'm not 100 years old.
Well, with Jack Nicholson? Yeah.
Sure.
Dennis Hopper. And the guy, the brother, right, Peter Fonda. Okay. So the three of them are out there motorcycling around, taking LSD, escaping rednecks and all this business.
Sure. Standard
climactic
70s
scene
shit.
That takes place in New Orleans, where they have a big drug extravaganza and hallucinations and everything. I actually pretended to have an LSD flashback while I was sitting in my chair next to Sharon watching the screen. So that when all these colors and everything were going on, I started to do one of these. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is
Why'd you fucking do that?
Because I wanted Sharon's, I wanted her to look at me with concern, like she cared about me. I mean, ooh. I mean, talk about calculatedness. I mean, understand, I'd never even had a sip of beer in my entire life, practically. And here I was pretending like I was having an LSD flashback. Oh, give me a break. Oh, Sam, you're just so cringy. Ooh, and I did that. And the worst part was she did look at me like she cared and like, oh, the poor guy is having a bad experience. And then I got her. And then I was happy.
It's actually really incredible that anyone would go on a date with you.
Well, yeah. Well, what about you?
Where's...
No. I was embarrassed. That's a terrible story.
Okay.
But, you know, it's kind of funny. It's kind of like a relief to be able to tell that to somebody instead of...
I once went on a date and paid for it with a Chili's card.
I don't have to tell that story for maybe another year. All right, now, come on. I told one for you.
Yeah, that was my whole story. It wasn't that much of one.
Come on.
I was broke. You do what you gotta.
Chicken.
At Chili's, yeah. I took her to Chili's.
I'm counting to 3, and you're gonna tell me this.
No, that's the whole fucking story. There's really not that much to it.
3. I'm listening.
I went to Chili's with a girl because I had a gift card for Chili's. And I couldn't afford shit, but I wanted to take her somewhere nice.
Okay.
And my version of Chili's, my idea of what a good place was Chili's. Okay, there's an ad running. Oh, it starts soon. Okay, not yet. Yeah, Chili's is fine fucking dining to someone like me, okay? I don't have fucking money, okay? And so, like, I took her out to the fanciest, nicest place I could. And she was like, that's some bullshit. And after that, she completely ghosted me. She was like, not about that shit. She was like, girls want a guy who can take care of them. Fair. You don't want me then. I got self-fucking-worth. Anyway, that's my goddamn story.
Oh, it's getting good.
I mean, that's the whole story.
No. You did that?
Yeah, it wasn't that wild.
Oh, come on. That doesn't fit.
What do you mean?
Well,
I was broke then too, man.
Filled with surprises. Okay, go ahead. Then what happened?
Well, she never called me again.
Yeah?
Yeah, it kind of sucked, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Her loss. That's my opinion.
Oh, you know what? That is so deliciously embarrassing. Is that more embarrassing than my story, maybe?
No, your story is cringe as shit, man. Are you drinking out of a paper cup?
Do you hear that?
What?
Is that in your place or mine?
I don't hear a thing.
It sounds like a helicopter. Anyway, let's forget it. Let me write down,
You don't need to write down my embarrassing memory.
what would be the key word for that story so I'll remember?
Chili's.
Yeah, that's, okay, good. All right, I got it. That's good.
Are you on an acid trip right now?
I'll tell you, friendship is filled with surprises, and you just blew me away with that one. You know, I don't have an agenda right now. Maybe there's something else you'd like to initiate.
No, I'm good. I'm good to just fucking bounce. Like, once you're done, like, I'm fine with leaving. Jesus fuck.
Yeah, anything. I don't care.
Can you never speak to me again?
Comfy, it doesn't matter, so shoot.
I want to leave.
No, anything. I'm serious.
I want to leave.
Do not hesitate with me, all right? We're friends. Yeah.
I want to leave.
Okay.
I never want to speak to you again.
You can ask. I'm prepared. I'm prepared.
Is there something wrong with you?
You're so silly. Why didn't you just say so? Why? How much?
What?
Okay. Well, let me see. Let me see. No.
Wait, are you just giving me
I
money?
feel bad about it. Look, what I have is yours. Okay. Let me just see. Well, speaking of embarrassing moments, this is all I have in my wallet right now. But it's yours, okay?
It's $1, dude. That's not going to do me that much good.
Let it be a token, okay? Let me send this to you, okay? Can I just send this to you?
No. Because if you send it to me, then you know my address.
I know you can pay me back. It's no big deal. That's for you. I'm sending it to you.
$1.
Put it right out there so
Thanks.
you remember, okay? Yeah. Just forget about it. It's great. Oh, no. Really?
Yeah, I gotta go right now.
Right now?
Yeah, the less time I spend with you, the better my life is. Before I met you, my life was really good, actually.
Well, I mean, after all, we can always do this again sometime, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Listen,
Yeah, let's do this again sometime,
I've got to face that, okay? I'll live. I mean, that's how you say that. It's been good.
Yeah.
It's been real nice.
Yeah.
And let's do it again sometime.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know where I am. I'm always right here. I'm right here.
Okay.
And you got to promise me this, though. Write me a letter, okay? Or actually, what I'd like you to do, even better, is make a videotape of yourself and send it to me. What do you say? Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's an ad running. I wouldn't want you to miss it. You're right. Sorry, chat. Sorry. You're right. Let's just... I can keep doing art, but... obviously, we need to see where this video goes in the end. Is this him sending me $1? This random ad? Thank you for the $1, Toph and Mixolydian Scale. I'm glad I got $1 in the mail from this man. $2. That's inflation, baby. Want to learn more about it? Just look up Sonic Inflation Fetish. Won't help you with what I'm talking about, but you'll have an experience that you need to have. Yeah. You are a true defender of equality. Make sure that those in ad jail can continue watching this convo with your good friend. Yeah, I mean, I don't want anyone to miss out on Sam. Chat's like, you should do more collabs. You should do more collabs. Well, here you go. I've got a collab with Sam. When will you and Sam play Minecraft together? I would love to meet this man. This man I actually want to meet. Like the real man, not this weird whatever the fuck that was. Like, I kind of think that might actually be him. Are you German? What? You need to send this to Mike or Fred to pass the curse along. Weren't you guys just telling me that they've both already seen this? A Discord Fugi avatar thing of images of Sam. That's such a shit idea. I kind of want to do it. I mean, I should make one of those because chat was like, you need one. Alex in YouTube. Oh, okay.
Just rent a camera or okay.
Anyway.
And here's the address, okay? Write it to me. At, yeah. Sam is fine.
Sam?
233 East Ontario. Apartment 1100. Chicago 60611.
Ontario?
Of course. Okay? All right. All right, well, I'll see you around, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Don't go. I want to take a picture of you. I can't let you go without taking a picture. Just hold still, okay? Give me the same smile that you've been giving me all this time. That's it. That's real nice. Hold it. That's good. Great. Hey.
Is that a real address? I don't know. This is Sam, our rent-a-friend. My bank account just got locked for suspicious activity. Huh. I'm gonna try and did you send me $1? Fucking Sam? Give me half a second to check and see what's going on. Make sure it's not phishing. Well, that's why I'm checking my actual account rather than clicking the text. You never click the link in the text. Yeah, I might need to make a quick phone call. It looks like it's fake, but I'd like to just make sure. Would you guys mind if I in-stream here and go do that? Because the link looks a little sussy. But I would rather go call. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go for now. Let me check and see if there's any art first. So checking RevFart on Blue Sky. I'm not going to check Twitter anymore. I probably well. There's some really good art the other day that was posted on Twitter. And, like, I don't want to encourage people to use Twitter because, like, the bot will steal your shit. But, I mean, there's this. This is some banger fucking art. Thank you for that, Jack. Cybernautics Socks. Very weirdly simple thing. Also, is Pray for Nick for him? Is he dying? Holy shit! Wow. Someone tried to fucking kill him. Hey, Tuna Newt. Yeah, someone tried to kill Nick Fluntes. Nick Fluntes is the guy who said, "Your body, my choice." He's the guy who made that phrase popular. Real piece of work, real shitbag. When a woman went to his house to, like, be like, "Who the fuck are you?" Or just be like, why would you say that? He pepper sprayed her. Anyway, it turns out that the guy that tried to assassinate him failed, and he himself died. Yeah, I know. He's in jail? I don't know. Yeah. The gunman carried a pistol and a crossbow and an incendiary device. Yeah, the crossbow is a little much. You know, you don't need both. Anyway, I've got to go. Enjoy that. I've got to deal with whatever this is going on with my bank. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow with something else.